Chapter 501. After breakfast, Wu Ming, Gudazi, and Matthew went on their way. It just so happened that Edison was attracted out of the laboratory by a special fragrance and happened to meet Wu Ming and the others who were about to leave. Then Edison and Helena saw Wu Ming and the others off. Before leaving, Wu Ming gave Edison a communication device similar to a modern mobile phone. After all, Wu Ming didn't ask Edison, Helena, and Kana to follow them. In that case, they must have a communication device to ensure that they could contact each other at any time. This communication device was naturally made by Wu Ming using Create Green item. In other words, Wu Ming's ability could be regarded as a caster's level skill, item creation. In fact, this communication device was made by Wu Ming based on a mobile phone. Its only function was to connect and call another communication device. As for the signal needed by an ordinary mobile phone, Wu Ming used magic to replace it. As long as it was in this singularity, the two communication devices could contact each other. It was similar to the bracelet that Roman used to contact Gudazi. After all, Wu Ming made it based on Gudazi and Chaldea's communication bracelet. However, Gudazi's communication bracelet had more functions than the communication device made by Wu Ming. Ray shift, virtual screen, establishment of material supply summoning circle, and other abilities were basically related to this communication bracelet. Although the inventor of the telephone has always been controversial, it was undeniable that Edison could indeed make a telephone. That was to say, if he wanted to, he could also fight a modern war. However, his enemy was something that modern war couldn't fight. Moreover, if he really did that, it would be as unreliable as building a hot spring hotel to serve ordinary people at the end of the world. Who would enjoy the comfort of a hot spring if they couldn't survive? As for Edison, if he had the time, he would he would definitely choose to make a few more mechanical infantry instead of choosing to build a communication device. However, he didn't have many subordinates. They were all mechanical infantry that only knew how to obey orders, so building a communication device was useless. In Wu Ming's opinion, it was better to install a monitor on the mechanical infantry. However, it was a bit extravagant to install a monitor on all the mechanical infantry. It was better to build a communication device. So far, Edison didn't do anything and just focused on building mechanical infantry. Therefore, Edison was quite interested in the gadgets that Wu Ming gave him. Be ready to attack at any time. After saying that, Wu Ming turned his gun into white deer and left with Gudazi and Matthew. After making the white deer a little bigger again, Wu Ming stood on top of the white deer's head while Gudazi and Matthew sat steadily on the white deer's back. With Wu Ming's stabilizing magic, there was no need to worry about Gudazi and Matthew being thrown out. Of course, the same was true for Wu Ming. Without the mount skill, Wu Ming's control over the mount had decreased by more than one level. After all, the white deer under him was transformed from his gun and could not be regarded as a complete mount. Therefore, he also needed to use magic to stabilize his body. The white deer drove away from a small plain area in the west and entered the mountainous area. The white deer jumped up and down, but it still had no effect on Wu Ming and the other two on the white deer. Gudazi and Matthew said a few words and then pulled Wu Ming down. After all, Wu Ming promised to tell Gudazi the story of his sister. Wu Ming also shook his head helplessly, then he began to tell the story of his sister. Because of their trust and the fact that there was no need to hide anything, Wu Ming did not plan to hide anything. Everything he said was the truth. However, Wu Ming did not tell the story as a legend, but as Mayo's brother. After all, it was a continuous experience. Wu Ming talked for a while before he left Mayo's world and went to another parallel world. Wu Ming also stopped. After all, he had to let Matthew and Gudazi digest it. I feel that the man named Emiya Kiritsugu is bad. He actually wants to raise Mayu as a living tool. That Ainsworth is also not a good person. He actually wants to sacrifice a little girl to save the world. If he is really so strong, we can just think of other ways, Gudazi said unhappily. Although this is the case, from the perspective of human beings all over the world, Emiya Kiritsugu's ideal and Ainsworth's approach are both correct. Wu Ming did not deliberately refute Gudazi but considered it from a more rational point of view. However, Although Emir Kiritsugu's worries were groundless, Ainsworth really did have the power to save the world. Although it was also considered an opportunist, to be able to trick Wu-ming, he was also quite capable. Then, just as Gudazi was about to refute, Wu-ming continued. However, let's not talk about whether they have the power to save the world first. Just the fact that they dare to touch my sister is absolutely not allowed. Wu-ming said rather domineeringly. However, in Gudazi's eyes, this was a siscon. I didn't expect you to have a siscon, assassin. Gudazi snickered. Ah. This made Wu-ming feel rather helpless. It was not that he did not dare to admit it, but it was not a good word to say. At this time, Wu-ming and Gudazi heard a series of trivial words. It's just that I didn't expect the Holy Grail war in the parallel world to be like this. The Holy Grail is a humanoid life form, and it changed from being a magician to using a class card. This voice was undoubtedly Roman's. There's no one else now, do you have to be so sneaky? Wu-ming said to the bracelet on Gudazi's wrist rather disdainfully. Sorry. Accompanied by Roman's apologetic voice, Roman's figure appeared along with the virtual screen. I was fascinated by your story just now and forgot to turn on the virtual screen for a moment. Although the magic consumption of the virtual screen was slightly higher, it was a little too much for Chaldea, who could not obtain external funding. However, because of Wu-ming's generous funding, Chaldea would not lack magic even if the virtual screen was always turned on. Previously, when Wu-ming went to Chaldea, although he did not give Roman a magic crystal or something like that, he gave him an automatic magic production device. This device was actually a defective product of the magic supply device in Blackie's body. The magic supply device in Blackie's body was transformed into an organ like a magic circuit, but this defective product could not be loaded into the human body. Although it was called a defective product, it was no different from the one in Blackie's body except that it could not be loaded into the human body. A device was enough to supply a servant with magic power. Wu-ming did not give Roman a device, but dozens of devices, and Wu-ming also increased the power, enough for Chaldea to squander. At this time, Matthew spoke faintly. A humanoid Holy Grail. Matthew was quite concerned about Mayu as a humanoid Holy Grail. The humanoid Holy Grail and the androids cultivated for the servant experiment could be said to have similarities. Matthew found a resonance. And this resonance was not a good thing. As Matthew's attending physician, Roman knew very well that this was not good for Matthew. As if he also knew that he started the wrong topic, Roman naturally shut up. Gudazi did not ask Wu-ming to continue the story, but asked the next step. Assassin, what are we going to do next? Then, Wu-ming had a smile on his face. Of course, first get rid of the bystanders. Chapter 502. The three of them heard what Wu-ming said not long ago and looked at Wu-ming awkwardly. After all, when Wu-ming said this sentence before, he was referring to the American forces, but Gudazi and the others didn't think that Wu-ming would backhand an ally that had just formed an alliance. Of course, I'm not talking about Edison. Wu-ming shook his head with a smile. I'm talking about there. Wu-ming said as he pointed to the Rocky Mountains. You mean, the Japanese Holy Grail forces? Roman said thoughtfully. Of course, now the Celtic forces in the easternmost part of the continent and the American forces in the westernmost part of the continent are on the same side. The Celtic forces have Maeve. Let's not talk about offense, but defense is more than enough. After all, in addition to Maeve, who was not weak, there was also Finn, Dilmond, and the Indian servant that he had never met. However, according to Maeve, she had some relationship with Rama. Since she had some relationship with Rama, she was certainly not weak, so he didn't need to worry too much about the Celtic forces for the time being. In addition to that, there was also the location of Riverton, the base of the servants that were currently alone. Riverton is located in the Missouri River Basin. It's not that far from Denver. Currently, we're in an alliance with Edison, but there's another force in the middle. The situation isn't good, so I think we should get rid of the Japanese force that's obstructing Riverton and San Francisco's Denver. Gudazi, Matthew, and Roman heard Wu-ming's explanation and also felt that Wu-ming was right, and they all nodded. However, in fact, Wu-ming had other reasons. If there was no accident, The one in Denver was Shutendoji. That ghost king really wanted to see the world in chaos. Last time, even if he died, he still wanted to annoy Wu Ming. Although Shutendoji's poison was not so fatal to Wu Ming, it was not the same for other servants. Especially Gudazi, it was Shutendoji's poison. If it eroded Gudazi, then the last master of Chaldea would be dead. Not only that, Shutendoji's poison would continue to spread. Although he didn't know if there was an end to it, but if the entire American continent was poisoned, it would be quite a headache for Wu Ming. So this time, Wu Ming didn't dare to leave her until the end. If she caused trouble again, it would be really bad. But even if it wasn't for Shutendoji, Wu Ming would still choose Denver as the first force. The reason was that this force occupied the Rocky Mountains, blocking the route between Riverton and San Francisco. While Greece and Rome were still fighting each other, they would take down this Holy Grail force in one fell swoop, and then join forces with Edison in the west and Maeve in the east to attack Greece and Rome. This was Wu Ming's plan. Then when are we going to attack Japan? Gudazi asked the key question. Wu Ming's lips curled up, as if he was deliberately waiting for this question. Then, Wu Ming's face was full of a bright smile. There's no time like the present. When we pass by the Rocky Mountains, we'll attack directly. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then, shocked voices echoed throughout the world. Hey hey hey, then, among the voices that resounded through the sky, there was also a voice that sounded like a joke. Just kidding. A moment later, Boise. Wu Ming accelerated the speed of the white deer again, and according to the level, it had reached Class A. In this way, Wu Ming took Gudazi and Matthew to Boise before noon, where they were supposed to arrive after noon. Inside the Boise fortress, in a shabby house, Kana was sitting opposite Gudazi, as if he had just realized something. So that's how it is, Fujimaru-san wants to take down Denver City directly. Then, Gudazi, who was sitting opposite Kana, looked rather helpless. That's not what I want, Gudazi said with lingering fear. Just now, Wu Ming really scared her. With only 2 servants, he wanted to take down a city with an unknown number of enemies. To be honest, Gudazi really didn't dare. Matthew sat next to Gudazi and smiled awkwardly. To be honest, she also didn't dare. Then, as if he didn't hear Gudazi's words, Kana nodded knowingly. I understand, I will help you take down Denver City together. Although there was some resistance, Gudazi and others decided to listen to Wu Ming and attack Denver City directly. Therefore, after hearing Kana's approval, their mood improved. Then, Gudazi and Matthew felt a burst of joy in their hearts. Sure enough, Assassin was right. As long as we come to Kana, he will definitely help us. That's right, it was actually Wu Ming who proposed to come to Kana. First, it was to comfort Gudazi and others who were frightened. Second, it was because Kana was powerful. Third, it was because the Rocky Mountains were close to Boise. Even Kana didn't want to have enemies next to him all the time. As mentioned before, the reason why Kana was stationed in Boise was to defend against the attack of Japanese forces. At this moment, the American forces could no longer withstand the attack of the enemy. Just like what Wu Ming said, as long as someone held Ghana back, there were only 2 servants left, and they were Edison and Helena, who were caster class. In the face of the mysterious Japanese ghost clan, even if they risked their lives to destroy the Japanese forces, they would still be defeated. Therefore, Kana was personally stationed in Boise. In fact, if it weren't for the arrival of Wu Ming and others, Kana would have been wandering in the central plain basin of the Cordillera Mountains, checking the enemy's movements. Great, with the help of the famous hero Kana, this is really foolproof. On the left side of Gudazi and Matthew, Roman's virtual screen appeared there. Kana, on the other hand, glanced at Roman and didn't say anything. Seeing that there was finally a servant who didn't attack him, Roman was a little touched. It seems that when Kana doesn't talk to others, it means that Kana hates you, poor Roman. Wu Ming, who was sitting on the right side of Gudazi, looked at Roman's face and felt that it was better not to tell him the truth. In fact, Roman's virtual screen was there from the beginning, but Kana didn't know why he subconsciously ignored it. If the enemy is really Shutendoji, my flame can play a big role. The sun's flame could burn everything, so it was more than enough to deal with Shutendoji's poison. Wuming nodded and agreed with Kana's words. In fact, this was one of the reasons why Wuming looked for Kana. In that case, let's go back to Riverton first, and then I will release my noble phantasm. You pay more attention to Kana, use my noble phantasm as the signal, and we will attack Denver together. Wuming's intention was simple. First, they had to find Kana, then Wuming and the other two would return to Riverton and gather people to attack Denver. With Wuming and Kana around, the poison around Denver would not be a problem. After all, other than Kana's flame, Wuming could also use the trinkets in his noble phantasm. No problem, as long as I sense your noble phantasm, I will definitely come, Kana said solemnly. In that case, let's not waste any more time. We'll go first. After a simple farewell, Gudazi waved goodbye to Kana. Needless to say, Gudazi was quite lively. Although Kana only nodded at Gudazi's farewell, it was enough to see that Kana had a good impression of Gudazi. I feel like I'm being hated again, as Roman complained helplessly and Gudazi and Matthew comforted him. Wuming and the other two set off again. Then, Wuming's enemy's noble phantasm rode on his face. Tenkiame. Chapter 503. Tenkiame. Hundreds of Japanese samurai swords rained down on White Deer, where Wuming and the other two were, and they launched a large-scale attack. This move reminded Wuming of Gilgamesh. Then, the place where the White Deer was attacked by hundreds of samurai swords exploded. Boom! The explosion was extremely violent. It seemed that the samurai swords came with the intention to kill. As far as they were concerned, the plain terrain on the plateau had become a basin. The smoke and dust caused by the explosion continued to fill the air. After the explosion, hundreds of samurai swords automatically flew back to the place where they came from, a high ground in the Rocky Mountains. Hundreds of samurai swords merged into one and fell into the hands of a fox-eared girl wearing a JK uniform. She wore the JK female high school uniform with white top and red bottom. She wore a red unlined gown, red stockings, and high leather shoes that looked like wooden clogs and leather shoes. She also wore a black hat on her pale orange hair. There were two shining scabbards on her body. One was a scabbard with silver light. The samurai sword was still in the scabbard, and the other scabbard exuded a golden light. There was no doubt that it was the scabbard of the golden samurai sword in her hand. The most conspicuous thing was the pale orange fox ears on the girl's head and the pale orange foxtail behind her, which made people think of a monster. However, she was not a monster. If Wuming was there, he would be able to see that she was a servant. It was very likely that she was a saber. After all, she was holding a samurai sword. Mission completed, I'm done. The fox-eared girl blinked her orange eyes, put the golden samurai sword in her hand into the scabbard, and was ready to leave. Then, she was also attacked by her enemy's noble phantasm. Mythical Yggdrasil. In an instant, a huge holy light spear burst out from the basin full of smoke that had not yet dissipated. The light spear dispelled most of the smoke. The fox-eared girl also saw the target of her mission. There was a white figure in the place that was destroyed into a basin. That was undoubtedly the person who released the light spear. The white deer's figure still disappeared. Wuming maintained the position of throwing the spear. The holy silver armor on his body exuded light, and the helmet that he no longer wore was once again put on. Behind Wuming, on a piece of land that had not been destroyed, stood Gudazi and Matthew, who was holding a shield. There was a faint blue magical power on the shield. There was no doubt that this piece of land and Gudazi were protected by Matthew's noble phantasm. Since Wuming had a defensive noble phantasm, naturally, he did not need Matthew's protection. I can't believe you found my location. Although her tone was slightly shocked, the fox-eared girl still had a smile on her face. You are indeed a servant that the Spirit King takes care of. The fox-eared girl's body did not stop moving, and she quickly dodged backward. She was not a person like Wuming. If she was really hit by such a military noble phantasm, she would most likely be killed. Even if she did not die, she would lose a layer of skin. Rumble, the light spear hit the fox-eared girl's position. As the fox-eared girl's location was in a mountainous area, the mountaintop was completely destroyed by Wu Ming's noble phantasm. Countless stones rolled down, forming a scene like a landslide. Just when Matthew wanted to use his noble phantasm to block her, Wu Ming, who was below Matthew, waved his hand, indicating that Matthew did not need to use his noble phantasm. He took this opportunity to stop her. At the same time, the white light spear fell from the mountaintop, and Wu Ming firmly held it in his hand. Mythical Yggdrasil, legend of the Holy King, releasing his noble phantasm again, Wu Ming gently threw out the spear that was emitting light in his hand. However, the noble phantasm that was thrown out this time did not turn into a huge light spear, but countless small light arrows that were arranged in a row. The principle of mythical Yggdrasil's noble phantasm was to control the light to give a huge blow to the enemy. Wu Ming's holy spear, Yggdrasil, had been left behind in Uruk. Therefore, Wu Ming's weapon in this singularity was just a simulated artifact. Therefore, it did not have a fixed form, so naturally, it could be used. Then, countless arrows of light hit the countless scattered mountain rocks. As if there was a chemical reaction, the rocks melted and dissipated into the air. It was dissolved by a high-heat substance called light. It was just a stone, so it was as easy as flipping one's hand to dissolve it with a noble relic. Then, the light arrows merged and turned into a holy spear that returned to Wu Ming's hand. Wu Ming looked deeply at the mountaintop that was missing a piece and frowned secretly. It doesn't look like it was hit. The fox-eared girl should not have left yet. Although the fox-eared girl was not close to Wu Ming still saw a shadow of the enemy servant through the Lune rune. It was a fox-eared girl. Although Wu Ming was too far away, Wu Ming could not sense whether the fox-eared girl had left or not. His sixth sense told him that the person who launched the sneak attack was indeed not dead. He had to say that the opponent had a good plan. Because the distance was too far, Wu Ming could not sense the enemy servant around him. As long as there were servants, once they were close to each other, they would be able to sense each other. For Wu Ming, who had a strong mental strength, as long as the servant was not an assassin, it was basically impossible to rely on sneak attacks to get close to him. However, in this way, Wu Ming could not prepare in advance. Just like the fox-eared girl, releasing a noble phantasm from a long distance. Although the control precision of the noble phantasm would be reduced if it was too far away, it could directly hit the target through prediction and other various factors. It was like a sniper sniping the enemy from a long distance. There were many factors involved in successfully hitting the target, so ordinary people could not be snipers. From this, it could be seen that the fox-eared girl was quite intelligent. However, after Matthew defended the attack and protected Gudazi, Wu Ming also found the enemy's position through reverse inference. Before the smoke dissipated, Wu Ming threw a noble phantasm. Wu Ming's strong vision also allowed him to see the enemy when the noble phantasm broke through the smoke. It was the fox-eared girl. Although the noble phantasm also hit the fox-eared girl's position, Wu Ming did not think that the fox-eared girl would not consider the unexpected situation of being attacked by the enemy's noble phantasm. But it doesn't matter. I have no reason to attack them. Now I have a reason. Wu Ming whispered to himself. Behind Wu Ming, Matthew quickly checked on Gudazi's condition. "Senpai, are you okay?" Matthew was slightly excited and shouted. "I'm fine. Thanks to Matthew's protection, I'm not hurt at all." Gudazi showed Matthew a big smile and then hugged Matthew, which made Matthew's face blush. "What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened?" Suddenly, Roman's figure appeared in front of them along with his words. A virtual screen appeared. What's going on? Roman seemed to be panicking. Due to the diffusion of the fox-eared girl's noble phantasm, the surrounding ground only sank by 1 or 2 meters. However, the place where Matthew and Gudazi were standing was not hurt. As a result, Matthew and Gudazi were standing on a 2-meter-high platform made of mud. Wu Ming was below the platform. He did not enter Matthew's protection at all. He completely resisted the attack and then released his noble phantasm to defeat the enemy. We were attacked by the Japanese forces. Chapter 504. After hearing Wu Ming's words, Roman was shocked. Hey. What the hell is going on here? Did anything happen to Li Xiang? The attack just now actually cut off the communication between the two sides. It really gave me a fright, Roman said in a slightly panicked manner, like an ordinary person. Because the Magic King sent a few holy grails to this singularity, or maybe this singularity was affected by the Magic King, the magic content in the singularity has increased a lot. Although the connection between Gudazi and Chaldea was not completely blocked, if there was any magical fluctuation, it was easy to cut off the connection. In the sudden attack just now, the connection between Gudazi and Chaldea was cut off. It was a good example. It's okay, Doctor, Matthew protected me very well, and the enemy was also killed by assassin. After going through so much, Gudazi's heart became optimistic, and she did not panic because of the sudden attack. Phew. It's good that nothing happened. Roman's heart was finally at ease. Although I don't want to discourage you, unfortunately, the enemy servant was not killed by me, she escaped. Wu Ming jumped on the small platform where Gudazi and Matthew were, and his helmet touched again, revealing his dignified face. She was not killed by you, but thinking about it, the enemy is also a servant, she should have a way to save her life. Roman touched the back of his head and smiled, but unfortunately, Gudazi and the others did not pay attention to him. Ha! That means the enemy servant is a female. Gudazi noticed Wu Ming's words. Indeed, the moment I used my noble phantasm to hit the enemy, I saw the enemy's face. It was a girl in red with fox ears and a fox tail, and the enemy was using a golden katana, so it seems that the enemy has some connection with the Japanese forces. In the territory of the Japanese forces, a black hat, fox ears, fox tail, a golden katana, and ancient clothing, all signs pointed to the fact that the enemy was a servant of the Japanese forces. A servant with Japanese attributes wearing a tsurugi hat, I'm afraid that's the only one. Roman played his role as a support member very well. Hey, Doctor, do you know who the enemy is? Matthew asked curiously. I know, after all, I can't be an effective support here, so I read a lot of books about history and mythology. He touched the back of his head as if he was embarrassed. Don't say that, Roman. You have to know that information is also very important. Wu Ming shook his head at Roman. Wu Ming knew the story of Maeve, King Arthur, and Gilgamesh, so he could participate in those places when he first came. If Wu Ming didn't know anything, he would definitely be in the dark. Gudazi also nodded. She didn't think that the doctor had no role in Chaldea. So, Doctor, who is the enemy? After Gudazi asked the question, Roman nodded and began to explain. The black hat is a kind of black top hat handed down from the Heian period of Japan. There are many kinds of black hats, and the standing black hat is one of them, but generally, the standing black hat is worn by men, and the most famous woman who wears the standing black hat is Suzaku Gozen. Suzaku Gozen? Wu Ming was puzzled, he really didn't know this name. There are many rumors about Suzaku Gozen's identity, such as female thief, female ghost, angel, goddess, etc. However, so far, most people agree that she is the daughter of the demon king of the fourth heaven. She is the angel who was ordered to descend to earth during the Heian period. She didn't want to turn Japan into a demonic country, so she fell in love with Sakanu Tomua when they were killing ghosts together. In the end, she was killed by her lover. Roman briefly introduced the fox-eared girl, Suzaku Gozen. But now, it seems like she is a female bandit who occupies a mountain and calls herself king. Roman smiled helplessly. According to Selander, the enemy's noble phantasm is countless golden katanas that fall like rain. That should be one of the three swords of Suzaku Gozen, the Manjushri, the Sword of Wisdom, and the Sword of Harmony. As Roman spoke, Wu Ming also recalled the other katana that was emitting a silver glow. If that's the case, the katana that is emitting a silver glow is one of the other two swords, right? Roman nodded. That silver sword should be the sister sword of the Sword of Harmony. It is the Samantabhadra merciful sword. However, there are also rumors that the Sword of Wisdom is the same as the Sword of Wisdom. Wu Ming thought of a guess. Since the Sword of Harmony was used to attack, the enemy must have used the Sword of Harmony for some other purpose, such as increasing the precision of control. This could also explain how the enemy could attack Wu Ming, who was at the foot of the mountain from such a distance. However, this was just a guess. In short, the enemy would not take it. However, Wu Ming had the advantage. If the enemy is an angel, she should have divinity. Roman thought for a moment and nodded. After all, every rumor is related to the angel. The probability of the enemy having divinity is very high. Then, Wu Ming smiled. Since she has divinity, I have a way to deal with her. After all, Wu Ming's dragonist space had a lot of pseudo-heavenly locks. At the beginning, because he knew the magic of heavenly locks, Wu Ming deliberately made high-quality pseudo-heavenly locks. Even if they were not used, they would not disappear. After using them, as long as they were injected with magic, these pseudo-heavenly locks would be renewed. Wu Ming prepared those pseudo-heavenly locks to deal with the followers with divinity. Since the enemy has already made a move against us, I'm afraid the road back to Riverton will not be easy, so, Wu Ming paused for a moment, which made Gudazi, Matthew, and Roman puzzled. So let's go straight in. Wu Ming smiled at Gudazi and the others. Screams resounded through the world. Good Lord, after going around in circles, they still ended up attacking the enemy's base. Boise. Kana saw that a mountain in the Rocky Mountains had been blown up. When he took a closer look, he saw pure white and holy magic. There was no doubt that it was Wu Ming's noble phantasm. Is it that fast? I thought it would take a few hours to start. Although Kana's tone was doubtful, he did not stop moving. He held his golden spear, gave orders to the mechanical infantry in Boise City, and ran towards the location where Wu Ming released his noble phantasm. In any case, it was agreed that Kana would support them under the command of Wu Ming's noble phantasm. Hence, Kana left immediately. On the other side, Denver City. In a dark hall, behind a curtain without any means of lighting, a figure kept pouring wine and drinking wine. How did she know that it was wine? The fox-eared girl, or rather, Ling Lu Gozan, had already smelled a lot of wine when she walked to the door. It's really good wine, Ling Lu Gozan thought to herself. Although she did not drink much, as a female thief who once occupied a mountain, she said that she would drink as long as she was told that it was good wine. However, she did not dare to drink the wine that the figure in front of her was drinking. It was poisonous wine. What if she drank it to death? Ling Lu Gozan walked into the hall and said without a care, I failed, Shutendoji. Chapter 505. She didn't hesitate to call out the name of the figure behind the curtain. Her tone didn't have the slightest bit of respect. The other party was only able to make them submit temporarily because of the Holy Grail. They could still listen to normal orders, but if they encountered any orders that went against their will, they would naturally go back and fight back. I knew it would be like this. Shutendoji poured himself another bowl of wine and drank it slowly. On the other hand, Ling Lu Yuqian frowned slightly. She did not want to smell this kind of alcohol. It was like a slow-acting poison. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I was almost killed by a noble phantasm just now. If it weren't for Xiao Tonglian's support, I wouldn't be able to survive the sudden attack. With the help of the Silver Wisdom Sword, Ling Lu was able to come up with a plan to retreat. She had also planned for the enemy to launch an attack on her relic. Go ahead, but I think the other party will come to us soon. Don't lose your life. Shutendoji laughed mischievously. There's no need for you to worry. With that, Ling Lu Imperial Chen left the hall. So it's you. No wonder you're the second person who cut off my head. You're extraordinary. Shutendoji poured the wine into his bowl, but this time, he didn't drink it. But, it's fate that we're able to meet again. Shutendoji poured the wine on the ground. The carpet on the ground wasn't soaked by the wine. Instead, it seemed to have blended into the air, creating a different feeling. I'm looking forward to it. On the other side, Wu Ming was close to Denver City. After killing all the ghosts and spirits, he looked at the approaching Denver City. As I expected, it's been a tough journey. Although that was what he said, Gudazi and Matthew looked uncomfortable. I feel like if we don't cause trouble for them, they won't send ghosts to attack us. Senpai, I feel the same way. The ghosts we met along the way were all on the way to Denver City. We should return to Riverton first. Matthew and Gudazi whispered to each other. You're too naive, Junior Matthew. It looks like the enemy is only ambushing us on the way to Denver, but in reality, if we continue to head towards Riverton, they will free up their forces to deal with us. This is an open trap, remember that. Wu Ming said with an expression that said, "You're still too inexperienced." Yes. Senior Solander, Matthew will remember that. As a result, Ma Shu replied in high spirits. Although Solander is right, why do I feel that this reason is a little far-fetched? Roman's voice came from Gudaz's wrist. Well, assassin, don't give Matthew the wrong idea. Even Gudazi felt that assassin was a little unreliable. Sigh. Matthew looked confused. In any case, we're already here. I'm afraid the enemy won't let us go back so easily. Wu Ming did not deny that his statement was wrong. Looking at the ghosts that kept pouring out of Denver City, Wu Ming did not think that he could just leave after provoking the enemy. If only it was that easy. Besides, Kana should be here soon. Let's take down Denver in one go. At this point, whether it was Gudazi, Matthew, or Roman, no one could refute Wu Ming. Phew. That's the only way. Roman sighed and said helplessly. In this situation, retreating would make it easier for the enemy to sneak up on them from behind. I have to say, you guys still underestimate the power of a top-tier servant. Wu Ming smiled faintly, attracting the attention of Gudazi and the others. A top-tier servant is similar to a champion. What's more, the spiritual base of this body is strengthened by the Holy Grail and my own body. It can be said that Matthew and I alone are enough to take down Denver City. Of course, that's only if the other party's servants are known to us. After all, as long as it was a servant, they should not be underestimated. Every servant had a noble phantasm, and the noble phantasm was the key to victory from defeat. As long as it's not an exceptional servant, then the only thing we need to pay attention to in Denver City is Shutendoji. Roman also looked serious after hearing Wu Ming's words. Selander is right, Tachika. Although your body has a slight resistance to poison, this time you are facing Shutendoji's divine wine. It's better to be safe than sorry. For ordinary people, just smelling Shutendoji's poisonous wine will kill them directly. Roman said so much to be on the safe side. Tachika and Matthew should stay here. Wu Ming said. It's too dangerous to let assassin go alone. Gudazi was obviously not at ease. After all, it was Gudazi's kindness. Wu Ming couldn't refuse again, so he smiled and promised again. Didn't I say that I'm a top-tier servant, and even if there is an emergency, I still know how to run, so don't worry. With that said, Wu Ming touched Gudazi's little head, like a brother making a promise to his sister. Just when Gudazi didn't say anything, a huge red flaming ghost hand attacked Wu Ming. Rishuman Dienji. Wu Ming's face froze, and he immediately put on his helmet, then rushed toward the huge ghost hand with the holy lance in his hand. Mythical Yggdrasil. Once again, Wu Ming activated his noble phantasm, and the light lance in his hand became huge. However, Wu Ming didn't throw it away. If it exploded here, Gudazi and Matthew would still be affected. Therefore, Wu Ming directly held the huge light lance and faced the red flaming ghost hand. Rumble. Wu Ming pushed the ghost hand all the way to a distance of 100 meters away from Gudazi and threw the light lance in his hand. By the way, the huge flaming ghost hand that was blocked by the light lance was also thrown directly, and there was a huge explosion in front of Denver City. Wu Ming stretched out his hand, and the holy lance returned to Wu Ming's hand. It's you, Ibaraki Kido? Wu Ming asked. After all, there were too many hints. It was related to Shutendoji, ghosts, Japanese monsters, Rashomon, plus he had met Ibaraki Kido in Uruk before. Wu Ming also remembered her voice, so when Ibaraki Kido shouted the name of the noble phantasm, Wu Ming had already guessed it. After Wu Ming asked, a female ghost dressed in yellow clothes with 2 horns on her forehead jumped out from an unknown place. Her entire body was covered in flames and she had 2 horns on her forehead. I, Ibaraki Kido, will protect Shutendoji's Devil's Kingdom. Don't even think about breaking my home and Shutendoji's. Ibaraki Kido didn't seem to know Wu Ming at all. It seemed that this Ibaraki Kido had no connection with the Uruk's defector, but that was normal. How could he meet a servant with the memory of him and Wu Ming? Wu Ming was not lucky, so how could it be so easy to hit the jackpot? I didn't deal with you in Uruk with the thought of less trouble. It seems that I have a chance today. After that, without waiting for Ibaraki Kido's reply, he directly went up and communicated with the other party with the Holy Lance. Wah! You bastard, you haven't started yet. Chapter 506. Facing the White Knight who sneak attacked him, thought he was, Ibaraki Dojo roared like a ghost who had been provoked. At the same time, a gust of wind blew around Ibaraki Dojo. The wind helped the fire, and the hot flame rose to the sky, rushing toward Wu Ming who was attacking Ibaraki Dojo. Poochie. Wu Ming condensed his magic power into the holy spear in his hand and swept it across, dispersing the fire of karma. Then appeared in front of Wu Ming's eyes was a bone sword full of strange aura. Clang. Using the holy spear to block the bone sword's slash, it made a harsh collision sound. Wu Ming slammed hard, trying to push Ibaraki Dojo who was holding the bone sword out, but found that he couldn't push him out. Ibaraki Dojo's whole body exuded magical power, and the bone sword in his hand was also attached with demon aura. Hey. Want to fight with a ghost? You're too naive. Ibaraki Dojo seemed to have found Wu Ming's mistake, and his face kept smiling, as if he was mocking and proud. ZZZZZZZZZZ. Wu Ming held the holy spear with both hands, and Ibaraki Dojo, who was holding the bone sword with both hands, kept exerting force. The holy spear and the bone sword rubbed against each other, making a harsh sound. Wu Ming really couldn't push Ibaraki Dojo away, but Wu Ming knew that although Ibaraki Dojo was a ghost, his strength as a servant didn't surpass Wu Ming. This point was discovered by Wu Ming when they fought, so it was reasonable to say that such a situation shouldn't happen. However, the other party seemed to have used an ability similar to the release of magic to strengthen his power. Ibaraki Kido's demonic aura was the best proof of this. However, Ibaraki Dojo wasn't the only one with skills. Wu Ming also had magical power. Boom! Wu Ming frowned, and a strong magical power burst out from the back of the armor below the shoulder, like a cloak, floating behind Wu Ming, and like a comet tail, providing Wu Ming with strength. As a result, Wu Ming gradually suppressed Ibaraki Dojo. What? Ibaraki Dojo was shocked. She did know that the White Knight in front of her had the strength to suppress her, but she didn't expect that she still couldn't suppress the opponent with the help of Ghost Seed Demon. Is this guy berserker? How is he stronger than a ghost? Ibaraki Dojo complained loudly in annoyance. When she saw the White Knight in front of her holding a gun, she thought that her enemy was a gunman. Who would have thought that the other party was so strong? What a coincidence, I'm berserker. Wu Ming was quite impressed with Ibaraki Kido. In this kind of situation, he still had the ability to chat with Wu Ming. Naturally, Wu Ming couldn't let him down. Damn it. Don't underestimate me, Ibaraki Dojo roared, and then swung her right hand down. That's right, maybe because the connection of the right hand was unstable, Ibaraki Dojo had been using her left hand to hold the sword. Ibaraki Dojo used her right arm to hold the bone sword, and her entire right hand fell down. As if she could control it, Ibaraki Dojo's right hand flew around Ibaraki Dojo. Was it Ibaraki Dojo's demonic hand that was cut off? Wu Ming Dojo's eyes narrowed, and Ibaraki Dojo finally had some free time. Hey Tilda, you didn't expect it, right? Since my right hand was cut off, although I took it back, it still couldn't connect with my right arm. Instead, it became my noble phantasm. Ibaraki Dojo looked at Wu Ming Dojo in front of her proudly. Take this. Rishuman Dienji. The demonic hand that was floating around Ibaraki Dojo turned into a huge flaming demonic hand as Ibaraki Dojo's noble phantasm was released. Wu Ming felt a sense of danger from the demonic hand that was wrapped around the demonic hand. It was as if his noble armor was nothing and could hurt him at any time. However, even without the armor, Wu Ming Dojo wasn't weak. Therefore, he didn't do anything else and continued to suppress Ibaraki Dojo. Then, when the huge demonic hand grabbed Wu Ming shouted calmly, "Kana!" Huh! Ibaraki Dojo looked at Wu Ming Dojo in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Brahastra, Brahma, cover the earth. A laser-like golden heat ray shot from afar and hit Ibaraki Dojo from below Wuming Dojo's arm. Dash! Ibaraki Dojo spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. The blood that spilled on the ground was filled with heat and started to burn. Bang dash! Wuming Dojo's magical power surged as he slapped Ibaraki Dojo away. Damn it, this is the breath of the sun. Ibaraki Dojo felt the scorching breath that was still in his body and spoke with difficulty. This scorching heat continued to burn Ibaraki Boy's body, making him suffer unspeakably. Just when Wuming Dojo was about to kill Ibaraki Dojo, a piece of talisman paper flew between Ibaraki Dojo and Wuming Dojo. Boom! The talisman paper turned into a flame that soared into the sky. However, from Wuming Dojo's point of view, it was just a flame barrier. Its purpose was naturally to buy time for Ibaraki Dojo, who was behind the flame barrier. Wuming Dojo swept out with his holy lance that contained powerful magical power, and the flame barrier was instantly broken. Where Ibaraki Dojo was originally, there was only a small pool of blood that had begun to burn. I forgot that Ibaraki Dojo had escaped from the 4 heavenly kings of Lai Guang. I'm afraid that has become a skill or a noble phantasm. Giving up chasing Ibaraki Dojo, Wuming Dojo turned around and returned. When he came to Matthew and Gudazi, Wuming Dojo saw the person he had just called out. You came quite quickly, Kana. At this moment, a white-haired man in golden armor was standing beside Gudazi and Matthew. The flame in his right eye had not subsided yet. It was Kana. I came with all my strength after seeing your noble phantasm. It was just a coincidence. Kana shook his head modestly, and the flame in his right eye swayed as he shook his head. It was quite interesting. Furthermore, it was quite clear that the Brahastra had been launched from Kana's eyes. Kana really scared me when he came over just now. By the way, assassin, are you alright? Weren't you hurt by Kana? Gudazi looked at Wuming Dojo worriedly. At this moment, Wuming Dojo's body was smoking. The smoke was coming out from the gaps in his armor, and it looked like he was being cooked. Don't worry. Because Sodric was too close to the enemy, I didn't use a noble phantasm with a wide range of damage, Kana explained. Kana defended himself. He understood this point, and didn't use Brahmastra Kundala or anything like that. He couldn't use Sun Wheel, Varshavi Shakti, which could only be used when he stripped the golden armor. After all, the golden armor was still on Kana. The heat on my body was caused by Ibaraki Dojo's noble phantasm. I don't know why, but her ghost claw directly ignored my defense. I was injured, but it's not a big deal. As he spoke, Wuming took out a few bottles of healing potions from the golden ripples that he had already activated. Wuming took off his helmet, revealing his slightly red cheeks. Now, some parts of his body were already cooked. After all, it was as if he was defenseless against an anti-army noble artifact that contained the karmic primordial fire. Even Hercules would lose his life if he was here. It was all thanks to Wuming's B++ durability that he was able to survive. Then, Wuming drank the healing potion under everyone's gaze. The white smoke on his body disappeared, and his complexion returned to normal. After all, they had seen potions like this in Winterwood City, so Gudazi and Matthew didn't look surprised. Since Kana is here, let's take Denver directly. Chapter 507. Gudazi nodded. After all, they had fought for so long, and it would be unreasonable to leave now. The original team of 3, plus Kana, became a team of 4. The 4 of them headed toward Denver. Although Kana was with them, it still couldn't stop Gudazi's burning heart. Gudazi stared at Kana's eyes, which were no longer emitting sparks, and asked curiously, speaking of which, Kana can release a noble artifact with his eyes. It's really a divine artifact. It's no big deal. A true hero kills with his eyes, Kana replied casually. After all, he was a man of few words. Only you can say something like that. Wuming smiled helplessly at the side, then continued. I can't kill enemies with my eyes. I can only say that Kana is worthy of his reputation. Gudazi and Matthew were amused by Wuming's teasing. In the face of Wuming's teasing, Kana didn't know what to say, so he didn't say anything. Although it's not very nice to interrupt you, you're about to go deep into the enemy's base. Is it really okay to look like you're going on a field trip? At this moment, Roman's voice suddenly came from Gudazi's bracelet. This voice. Is it the magician with the magical ability? Although he couldn't see the person, Kana remembered Roman's voice. The magical ability Kana mentioned was the remote virtual screen. It seemed that many servants were interested in this kind of magic. This magician is right, we do seem to be too relaxed. Of course, Kana had always been a steady person. He was just Wuming and Gudazi. Mashu also had a dignified look on her face, so she wasn't any worse than Kana. Senpai, I think the doctor is right. We really do look a little relaxed. Matthew whispered. You're right. Ahahaha. Gudazi smiled awkwardly. However, Wuming shook his head. The fact that Tachika doesn't have any psychological pressure is the best support for us, so it's not wrong to relax a little. Even though Gudazi basically didn't have the ability to provide support. Plus, we look very relaxed, but haven't you noticed that the ghosts that were supposed to be attacking us are all gone? After repelling Ibaraki Boy, there were no more ghosts that came to attack Wuming's group. It seems that they don't think it's going to work no matter how many ghosts they send, Kana analyzed. However, compared to them not coming down to die, I'm more inclined to believe that those ghosts have all disappeared. Hey! Why do you say that? Gudazi questioned Wuming's words. Yes, Tilda, it's time for the genius Tilda. Suddenly, a Mona Lisa appeared beside Wuming and the others. Wuming had seen Da Vinci before, but Kana hadn't. Therefore, he was quite interested in this newcomer. Kana narrowed his eyes. He could feel that this was a servant. Da Vinci's servant. Matthew said with some confusion. Yes, it's the genius, Matthew. Roman went to the toilet. Da Vinci looked at Matthew with a smile, then began to explain. Although it's strange, the detector on my side has clearly detected that something is amiss ahead. The ahead mentioned by Da Vinci was a place like a cliff in front of them. Hey! Da Vinci's servant, but there's nothing in front. Gudazi was also very puzzled. I forgot to mention this, Matthew. We can say that we have arrived in Denver. With that, Wuming walked toward the cliff. Gudazi and the others also followed. The place where Gudazi was located was not a cliff, but rather a flat area at the bottom of the mountain. Of course, even so, its average altitude was still 1,600 meters above sea level. A huge fortress similar to a Japanese-style ancient city is located below. That is the city of Denver. It can be said that the city of Denver is at the foot of the Rocky Mountains. I was a little worried about what to do if there was a mudslide or something. After the improvement of the genius, Chaldea's instrument has adapted to the high magic density environment. There should have been a lot of life in front of us, but after you defeated Ibaraki Boy, all those lives disappeared. Although Chaldea's instrument is used to detect magic, the magic in this world is transformed by life, so it can also detect magic. Anyway, whether they were killed or used as sacrifices, most of the ghosts in the strange city of Denver have disappeared. That is to say, the remaining magic waves belong to the servants, right? Wuming asked. That's right. This is a battle between heroes without their servants. Anyway, only you and Kana can participate in the battle. Matthew still has to protect Tachika. So, that's it. I still have to continue improving the instrument here. Good luck, Tachika. After that, Da Vinci cut off the communication. As expected of Da Vinci's kin. As always, he feels reliable. Gudazi smiled awkwardly. Obviously, reliable was a derogatory term. Don't worry. I think she probably thinks that Kana and I are here, so Da Vinci can rest assured that we will protect you. You should know that both Kana and I are not simple people, Wuming comforted. Let me say something first. Kana raised his hand. I don't have the ability to protect others. This armor is the only thing that can protect others. However, because Sodric and I are the only combatants here, I can't easily hand over the armor to you. After all, if Kana had given his armor to Gudazi, then he would have been much weaker than Gudazi. After all, not only did he have to release the fatal sun wheel, but he also had to give up the golden armor to Vasavi Shakti. Without the golden armor, Karna would no longer be the invincible Karna he used to be. At that time, he would have to be like an ordinary warrior and not let himself get hurt easily. Because without the golden armor, Karna was neither invincible nor able to recover from his injuries, nor could he use the essence of the sun to heal the foreign objects in his body, so he was much weaker. You don't have to worry about that at all. Matthew is very reliable, Gudazi said to Karna with a smile. As she spoke, she gave Matthew a thumbs up, which made Matthew's face instantly turn red. However, Matthew did not hesitate to protect Gudazi. I won't let any senior come to any harm. Looking at Matthew's determined and powerful eyes, both Wu-ming and Karna smiled with relief. It's your blessing to have such a servant, master. Karna chuckled. The praise made Matthew's face turn red again, and Gudazi looked at Matthew happily. Because Matthew is my lovely junior. Gudazi hugged Matthew as she spoke. Senpai. Wait a minute. Marshu, who was being held, could only struggle weakly. In that case, I'll lead the way first. Wu-ming nodded to Karna, Gudazi, and Matthew, then stood at the side of the mountain. Mythical Yggdrasil. Chapter 508. Even Wu-ming knew that a town could not be built directly at the foot of a mountain, so Wu-ming did not think that others did not know about this problem. Moreover, the Denver city in front of him was completely built in Japanese style, and it was a huge city. It did not look like an ordinary city in this era. This was undoubtedly the trump card of a servant, a noble phantasm. Therefore, the way Wu-ming chose to open the way was definitely different from the usual way. Facing the Japanese city of mysteries, which only had a few servants left, Wu-ming's way of opening the way was to directly blast open the gate with his noble phantasm. With the release of his noble phantasm, Wu-ming was not in a hurry to throw out the holy spear. Instead, he held it with both hands and kept it hidden, constantly gathering mana and holy light. This huge amount of mana. Karna was a little shocked. This amount of mana was already comparable to all the mana of a first-class servant, and it was even slightly more than that. Moreover, at this moment, Wu-ming's attack was still enough to compete with Karna's solar wheel, Vasavi Shakti, in terms of explosive power. The reason why they only competed in terms of explosive power was because Karna's solar wheel, Vasavi Shakti, was an extremely special noble phantasm. It did not mean that it was only effective against gods, but it had an additional effect on gods. Moreover, if Karna released his noble phantasm and did not release it, he was afraid that his solar wheel, Vasavi Shakti, would be enough to overpower Wu-ming's attack. However, this was a joke. How could anyone let their enemy charge their noble phantasm? However, Wu-ming had been charging for so long, and no one came out to stop him. It seemed that his opponent really did let Wu-ming do whatever he wanted. He really did not know what his opponent was thinking. Karna was a little helpless, but he did not expect anyone to stop Wu-ming. He was just disappointed in his enemy. But then again, would the Japanese city be able to defend against Wu-ming's relic? Anyway, they would find out soon. Karna was looking forward to seeing how Wu-ming would complete the relic's relic. After all, if the noble phantasm was to explode here, he would be able to survive with his golden armor. However, Matthew would not be able to protect Gudazi as he would not be able to activate his noble phantasm in time. Gudazi would definitely be blown to smithereens. Just as Karna was about to take off his golden armor and put it on Gudazi, Wu-ming finally moved. Wu-ming raised the shrunken version of the holy spear in his hand, which was white on the outside and black on the inside, in front of him. This was the effect of the holy spear being compressed to the extreme. It was so white that it was black, and it had shrunk to the extreme. The reason why he did not throw it on his shoulder like a javelin was that Wu-ming was not sure that he could control the holy spear that was about to explode in his hand. Therefore, Wu-ming put the holy spear in front of his chest as if he was holding a ceremony. Then, Wu-ming recited the oath. The next attack is the real legend. Accept the judgment. Because the name of the relic had already been recited, there was no need to release the real name again. Then, Wu-ming threw the holy spear into the sky. The holy spear, which was so white that it was almost black, penetrated the clouds. It was like some kind of attack that fell from the sky, and it flew away without a trace. Then, like a divine punishment, the sky and earth changed color. In the sky above the Japanese city of mysteries, black clouds were constantly rotating with faint thunder and lightning. The vortex in the middle began to shine like hidden thunder, which made people frown. Gudazi and Matthew looked at this scene and were both stunned. This was a lot more than the previous battle. Of course, the servants in this Japanese city of mysteries must have noticed it too. Then, Wu Ming snapped his fingers. In an instant, white light covered the entire land. After some time, Gudazi opened her eyes. She rubbed her eyes that were uncomfortable because of the sudden strong light. Then, Gudazi began to look around. Matthew was holding a shield to protect Gudazi, while Kana was in front of Matthew, using his body as a shield. Matthew did it subconsciously. He did not know that Wu Ming had calculated the range of the attack, and he did not know that the damage of the relic would not affect here. However, some of the wind swept over. That was why Kana chose to stay in front of Matthew and Gudazi when he knew that there would be no actual harm. This move is too cruel. Gudazi held back for a long time, and that was all she could say. Kana nodded. Wu Ming's move was comparable to his Godslayer spear. It was quite destructive. However, Wu Ming waved his hand calmly. After all, no one came out to disturb me. This is a rare opportunity. If I don't accumulate more mana, wouldn't I be sorry? That was the terrifying thing about Wu Ming's spiritual base. It did not seem to be too powerful, and it felt no different from the previous servants' bodies. However, that was not the case. The interior of this spiritual base had been carefully modified by Wu Ming, and the modification took place in the root. It could be said that if Wu Ming wanted to, he only needed to accumulate power for a day and a night, and then use the relic to self-destruct. Then, the American continent, which was the singularity, would disappear. Wu Ming completely removed the restrictions of the spiritual base in the root. In other words, as long as it was an attack that could be achieved in theory, Wu Ming could do it now. Just like the self-destruct of the American continent mentioned earlier, if there was enough mana and he could control it, Wu Ming was fully capable of destroying the singularity. Wu Ming's cheating method was not what it looked like on the surface. Of course, part of the power provided by the Holy Grail was also part of it. Although the Holy Grail had always seemed useless, it was something that the Magic King used to confuse people. How could it be so simple? After Chaldea recovered the Holy Grail, he also nervously protected it. Da Vinci also studied it very carefully. Naturally, the Holy Grail could not be underestimated. Of course, Wu Ming was here to save the singularity, not to destroy it, so he would not blow up the American continent. Gudazi and Matthew, who had just come to their senses, smiled awkwardly after hearing Wu Ming's words. Moreover, don't underestimate this city. Although it didn't completely block it, it can still be considered to have blocked my noble artifact. Wu Ming's words stunned Gudazi, Matthew, and Kana. Gudazi and Matthew were surprised that the other party could actually block such a terrifying relic, while Kana was surprised that there was a city that could block a relic that was comparable to his Godslayer spear. With this thought in mind, the three of them looked at the Japanese-style city below. The originally gorgeous and dignified city had been damaged as if it had experienced a natural disaster. The outer city towers had basically collapsed, and the various pavilions and houses inside were almost completely destroyed. The entire city could be said to be in a sorry state. Only the palace-like hall in the center was still intact, but it had lost its previous gorgeous and dignified aura and color, giving a feeling that it had lost its power. Let's go. My relic only destroyed the other party's relic. I'm afraid the servants on the other side did not suffer any damage. After Wu Ming finished speaking, Gudazi and Matthew looked at each other and nodded encouragingly. Then, let's take the Holy Grail here today. In this way, the four of them moved toward the dilapidated city. Chapter 509. Because the distance was very close, the four of them only took a few minutes to reach the gate of the city. Looking at Gudazi, who was still trying to figure out how to contact Roman, Wu Ming smiled helplessly. Because of Wu Ming's noble phantasm, the communication device that had been repaired was destroyed again. Because Da Vinci modified the communication device to adapt to the situation of high magic concentration, Wu Ming directly used super magic explosion on her and directly cut off the communication system. It was estimated that if they wanted to contact each other again, Da Vinci would have to further modify the device, at least to adapt it to the magic concentration of Kanzaki's atmosphere. No longer paying attention to Gudazi, Wu Ming looked at the half-destroyed door and said thoughtfully, "To be able to do this, I'm afraid the other party used the Holy Grail." Kana nodded after seeing the situation. "I'm afraid that's the case, otherwise, I really can't think of any defense that can block such a catastrophic attack." However, Wu Ming smiled slightly. He really did know of a noble phantasm that could defend against any kind of damage. King Arthur's scabbard, Avalon. As someone who was familiar with the story of King Arthur and had accompanied King Arthur for half of his life, Wu Ming naturally understood the power of Avalon. True name Liberation could produce an unparalleled defensive barrier that was like a layer of scales, and even the good separation sword might not be able to break it. And Avalon could also make the wearer never get hurt, and it was in a semi-invincible state. Wu Ming knew that Avalon would be accidentally lost, but because Wu Ming thought that Artoria needed Avalon more, he had always asked Artoria to carry it with her. Anyway, Avalon was not lost until Wu Ming left by himself, but from the ending, Avalon was still lost. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that Wu Ming had played his part, being a knight, how could Morgan Le Fay have been tricked by him? In a direct confrontation, Morgan Le Fay wouldn't have been able to defeat Wu Ming. Moreover, if Wu Ming's main body had appeared at that time, he would have been able to crush Morgan Le Fay with his little finger. Moreover, he wouldn't have needed any reason to do so. After all, if you provoked the origin dragon, would it need a reason to crush you? Of course not. The more Wu Ming thought about it, the angrier he got. He quickly took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Fu Tilda Kana looked at Wu Ming in confusion, but didn't say anything. Ahem. Let's go in. Wu Ming coughed and walked toward the door. As soon as they entered the city gate, Wu Ming realized that something was wrong. He immediately waved for Gudazi to stop. The air here is highly toxic. Then, he immediately covered himself with magic power. Wu Ming realized that not only the air, but even the ground under his feet was full of poison. Strangely, the poison didn't spread outside. It was as if the city was an inherent enchantment filled with poison. Wu Ming himself wasn't very afraid of poison. However, the poison this time was a little different. Therefore, Wu Ming didn't dare to be careless. Sizzle. Although Wu Ming covered himself with a magic power shield, the poison in the air had begun to corrode Wu Ming's outer appearance. This poison is a little too strong. Wu Ming increased the magic power output of his magic power shield. Then, I can't go in? Gudazi was a little disappointed. Wu Ming looked at Gudazi awkwardly. Do you really think this is a tourist attraction? Now, it's time for me to take action, Kana said. After all, Wu Ming had invited him to deal with the poison. Kana walked through the gate and waved his spear. The true sun fire burst out of his body and began to burn the poison. The ground was penetrated by Kana's flames and gradually turned red, as if lava was about to erupt. The air was also covered and burned by Kana's flames. It's really working, Matthew said excitedly. However, Kana and Wu Ming didn't look very happy. Because both Wu Ming and Kana could feel that the burned area was filled with poison again. This poison seemed to be inexhaustible. Even if one area was burned, the poison in other areas would fill in. Even the poison that filled in made Kana's flames burn more vigorously. Smelling the intoxicating smell in the air, Wu Ming said without hesitation. This place is filled with the poison of fine wine. It's probably Shutendoji. As Kana burned, more and more wine fragrance came from the air. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Matthew began to cough. Matthew, are you okay? Gudazi looked at Matthew worriedly. Matthew's face was purple. There was no doubt that he was poisoned. Wu Ming took out a bottle of potion from his golden ripple and threw it into Gudazi's hand. It seems that Shutendoji's poison has begun to spread. Matthew is poisoned. This is the antidote. Give it to Matthew. After hearing Wu Ming's words, Gudazi hurriedly uncorked the potion bottle and carefully helped Matthew drink the potion. After drinking the potion, Matthew's complexion immediately improved. It had to be said that the game's products were all excellent. Detoxification was like a rule. Because of the characteristics of the antidote, Matthew was no longer poisoned. Thank you very much, Senpai Selander. Matthew thanked Wu Ming. Hearing such solemn words, Wu Ming seemed to see Galahad. Compared to Selander, I prefer you to call me by my other name. Matthew looked at Wu Ming in confusion. I'm kidding. Matthew, just be Matthew. The rest is just a matter of people abandoned by time. Don't worry about it. To be honest, if Matthew really copied Galahad's words, Wu Ming would not be very happy. After all, being himself was the most important thing. Then, without waiting for Matthew to respond to Wu Ming's words, Wu Ming took out a few bottles of potions from his golden ripples and threw them to Matthew and Gudazi. Tachika, you and Matthew take these bottles of antidote and immediately return to the place where we were just now. The poison here will spread soon. It's not safe. Leave it to me and Kana, Wu Ming said solemnly. Okay, I got it. Gudazi also answered Wu Ming seriously. She also knew the seriousness of the matter. Just the spread of the poison was enough to poison Matthew. She was afraid that it would be very dangerous inside. As a qualified master, Gudazi made a gesture of complete trust in his servant. Then, I'll leave it to you. Selander, Kana, I need you to tell me the story of what will happen here. Gudazi smiled at the two people who were already standing in the poison area. No problem. Understood, Master. Wu Ming and Kana said without hesitation. Then, Gudazi and Matthew, who had recovered, began to run away from the poison area. Wu Ming looked at Gudazi's figure and touched his chin thoughtfully. It seemed that Tachika's poison resistance was not that simple. In this case, he did not have to worry about her safety. As for Matthew, he would be fine with a few bottles of antidote. Relieved, Wu Ming looked at Kana. How is it? You should be fine, right? Kana seemed to be verifying something, and flames burst out of his body. Although I can't completely burn these poisons, they can't hurt me either. The son of the sun god was not just for show. Then let's go and find out the truth of all this. Chapter 510. This poison that defied common sense was able to block Wu Ming's precious artifact. They were clearly a power, yet they knew their place. This was what they were currently puzzled about. However, there was a more important point. They had to retrieve the Holy Grail and save this era. Therefore, it would be best if they could retrieve the Holy Grail without bloodshed and without any casualties on either side. However, from Lulu's previous attack and the current poison, it was clear that the other side had no intention of making peace. It could only be said that the heroic spirits were a group of super problematic characters who were bored in the heroic spirit palace. The reason why heroic spirits were called heroes or anti-heroes was that they were different from ordinary people. And these differences had long since established their identities as problematic characters. If they met someone they liked, the other party would instantly become brothers with them. However, if they didn't like the other party, they wouldn't need any fancy reasons. Just the simple reason of not liking the other party was enough to make them fight. However, it was precisely because of this casual nature that these heroes became heroic spirits. It was also because of the personalities of heroic spirits that Gudazi didn't show any fear on this journey to save humanity. After all, Gudazi held the fate of humanity in her hands. However, Gudazi wouldn't complain or be afraid because she had Matthew by her side, a companion full of personalities on the road. Cough cough. However, it was also because some heroic spirits were too individualistic that they stood on the opposite side of reason. At least, that was the case for now. Just like the female high school student in front of Wu Ming and Kana. Next, this road is blocked. Lulu said to Wu Ming and Kana kindly. Although she was also in this poisonous area, for some reason, she wasn't affected by the poison at all. As if she had guessed Wu Ming and Kana's thoughts, Lulu waved her hand and began to explain. Of course, Shutendoji's poison is very strong, and it doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. I am also affected here. Of course, Wu Ming really didn't want to know. Then, Lulu's body slightly emitted a trace of magic, and a faint golden light attached to her body. It's all thanks to the Holy Grail. Holy Grail tilde Wu Ming could more or less guess what was going on. After coming into contact with the Holy Grail, he had temporarily gained immunity to Shutendoji's poison. Okay, then I'll leave this holy maiden, who also has divinity like you, to you, Kana. After Kana nodded, Wu Ming changed direction and continued to walk toward the central hall. No, wait a minute. Why did you leave just like that? Ling Lu Gozan felt helpless when he saw Wu Ming leave without paying attention to him. Whoosh, with the sound of the wind, Lulu dodged the spear, Kana, who was rushing to attack. You to me, Kana, you, to attack, Lulu's is to me, Lulu's to say, Kana, Lulu to attack, to kills to hit full, you, attack. Since you're an enemy, then let's fight. Kana, who had transformed into an aloof Adonis, didn't say anything else and swung his spear at Lulu again. Bang! A samurai sword emitting a golden and silver glow blocked Kana's spear. Lulu took out the Samantabhadra wisdom sword from somewhere and blocked Kana's attack. Since the Samantabhadra had already appeared, the Samantabhadra naturally appeared as well. A samurai sword emitting a golden glow floated in the sky. It was the Samantabhadra. The Samantabhadra split from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and 4 to 8. In just a few seconds, it had split into hundreds of Samantabhadra. Then I'm going to get serious too. Take this attack, demigod hero of India. Ling Lu's previous carelessness was replaced by a solemn expression. Tenki aim, heavenly phantom rain. In an instant, hundreds of Samantabhadra fell directly in front of Kana and Lulu, causing a violent explosion. Boom, boom, boom. In front of him, Wu Ming heard the explosion behind him and glanced sideways. You should have no problem dealing with Lulu, right? Good luck, Kana. With that, Wu Ming sped up and ran toward the central hall. When he was almost at the front of the hall, a woman in a gorgeous blue dress that resembled a witch's costume appeared in front of Wu Ming, half kneeling. She had the same fox ears and tail as Lulu, but the fox in front of Wu Ming looked a little like a wife. However, if Wu Ming wasn't mistaken, she had 6 tails behind her. Although the fox looked weak, it had a lot of magic power in its body. Moreover, she had a golden glow on her body. There was no doubt that she had come into contact with the Holy Grail and obtained a temporary immunity. A second fox, in addition to your rather strong magic power, based on my guess, you should be one of the 3 great demons along with Shutendoji and Daitengu, Tamamonome. However, from what I know, Tamamonome should have 9 tails, but you actually only have 6. Saying so, Wu Ming looks towards the fox spirit who is standing in front of the main hall. To be honest, other than Tamamonome, Wu Ming couldn't think of anyone else who could have a fox spirit that was on par with Lulu. Although he was curious why she was half kneeling. Yes, Tilda, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Saranda-sama. As for the number of tails, it's only because I haven't recovered my strength. Tamamonome easily admitted her identity. Tamamonome seemed to be in a good mood. The 6 tails behind her swayed, and her body emitted a trace of mana. Wu Ming frowned slightly and said, "This familiar mana. I'm afraid you're the one who saved Ibaraki Duji." Wu Ming felt this magic power. It was the same magic power that appeared on the talisman paper in front of Ibaraki Boy. Yes, Tilda, you're right, Saranda-sama. Tamamonome said with a smile. He felt that this woman was getting stranger. Wu Ming pondered. Then, if you can step aside, I think we can continue to talk like this. Although Wu Ming didn't think that she would easily step aside. After all, she was one of the 3 great monsters of Japan, the white-faced golden 9-tailed fox. Moreover, it was said that Tamamonome was actually the incarnation of the Japanese sun god, Amaterasu. Those who were related to gods were not to be trifled with. Take Ling Lu Gozan for example. Don't be fooled by her abnormal appearance. She was not someone to be trifled with. Wu Ming didn't think that she was a simple servant who could successfully ambush his group and survive after being blown up by his noble phantasm. At the very least, this Tamamo no Mae and Lulu Gozen weren't as simple as they looked. After all, the most important point was that Wu Ming never told Tamamo no Mae that his name was Saranda. She must have learned about Wu Ming's information through some means. Wu Ming judged. Fortunately, she didn't know Wu Ming's name as the Root Dragon. Otherwise, Wu Ming would really be shocked. Then, just as Wu Ming was about to make the first move, Tamamo no Mae spoke. Her words shocked him from another perspective. Of course, Saranda-sama. Then, Wu Ming looked at Tamamo no Mae with a strange and unbelievable look. Did Shutendoji know that you betrayed him? You may not know, but Shutendoji has left this hall. Wu Ming was taken aback. She left here, how rare. Wu Ming instantly thought of a possibility. Yes, it's what you think. Tamamo no Mae said instantly. Wu Ming didn't enter the hall. Instead, he immediately turned around and prepared to leave. However, as if he thought of something again, Wu Ming stopped and turned to look at Tamamo no Mae. I have a question. Why did you tell me this news? Tamamo no Mae seemed to have heard the question she wanted to ask, and there was a smile on the corner of her mouth. Because I want to marry you, Wu Ming-sama. In an instant, Wu Ming's eyes widened. Chapter 511. Wu Ming's eyes widened, showing that his heart was not calm. After Wu Ming finished releasing his noble phantasm, the sky had become cloudless. Wu Ming's eyes sharpened as he was drenched in the sudden rain of the sun. Wu Ming suddenly appeared in front of Tamamo no Mae. Wu Ming stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Tamamo no Mae's white neck. However, the magical power attached to Wu Ming's hand that was holding Tamamo no Mae's neck showed that Wu Ming was not joking. Even if she was a servant, she would not be able to survive if her neck was broken. How did you know this name? Wu Ming's tone had a hint of murderous intent. That's right, Wu Ming was not surprised that she wanted to marry him, although he was a little bit concerned about it. Cough cough. Wu Ming was surprised that she knew his name Wu Ming. Even among the people who knew him, there were only a few people who knew his name Wu Ming. In addition, the 3 extra holy grails at this singularity were arranged by the Magic King. Wu Ming had to guess whether Tamamo no Mae knew his name because of the Magic King. Or perhaps, Tamamo no Mae was simply a thug sent by the Magic King to deal with Wu Ming. At this moment, Wu Ming's mental power was completely released, and the range of thousands of meters had entered Wu Ming's perception range. Wu Ming's mental power was not only used to detect whether there were other enemies or traps around, but also to see if he had fallen into his opponent's illusion. Although Wu Ming could be said to be immune to illusion, Wu Ming was only immune to his own illusion. If it was not used on Wu Ming himself but used to change the surrounding environment, Wu Ming might still fall into the trap if he was not aware of it. To make a simple analogy, if you put an illusion on a stone, in theory, let the stone think that it was a flower, then the stone would think that it was a flower, and then with the help of magical power, it would make people see that there was a flower in the original position of the stone. It was similar to a simple magic trick. However, now that Wu Ming had completely released his mental power, he did not have to worry. The other party did not play any tricks. I learned about your identity through touching the Holy Grail, Wu Ming-sama. Tamamo no Mae did not care about Wu Ming strangling her neck, as if she trusted Wu Ming and smiled. Holy Grail? Hearing Tamamo no Mae's words, Wu Ming thought of such an example, but the other party did not come into contact with the Holy Grail, but with him. Back in Winterwood City, Stheno, the eldest of the 3 Gorgon goddesses, obediently submitted to Wu Ming because she came into contact with Wu Ming and learned of his identity. Strictly speaking, Stheno had the divinity of the Earth Mother, and Tamamo no Mae also had an extremely close relationship with Amaterasu Omikami. If Tamamo no Mae learned of Wu Ming's identity because she came into contact with the Holy Grail, it would not be unreasonable. Compared to Stheno, who came into contact with him and learned of his information, Wu Ming felt that it was more reasonable for Tamamo no Mae to learn of his information because she came into contact with the Holy Grail. Although Wu Ming didn't have the same knowledge as Kana, he also monitored Tamamo no Mae's every move, including a series of details such as breathing, every hair moved by the wind, and so on. In addition, Wu Ming found that there was indeed no other servant-level magic power in this hall except for the servant-level magic power in front of him. There was no doubt that Tamamonome did not lie. Wu Ming slowly loosened his hand holding Tamamonome's neck and looked at Tamamonome deeply. I still can't completely believe you. If you want to prove yourself, then you have to stay here. If I find you elsewhere, I will immediately regard you as an enemy and kill you at all costs. How about it? After all, if the other party lied, then it was most likely the Magic King's trick. In that case, it was a risk to let Tamamonome stay here for a second. That was why Wu Ming said that he would kill Tamamonome at all costs. After hearing Wu Ming's words, Tamamonome nodded happily. There was no doubt that Tamamonome agreed. No problem, I will wait here for my husband to come back and pick me up. I wish my husband good luck. With that, Tamamonome bent her upper body, folded her hands, and lay on the ground like a Japanese woman saluting her husband. Facing Tamamonome calling him husband, Wu Ming frowned. This is only the first time we've met. You've only learned about me from the Holy Grail, and you've already taken the liberty to say that you want to marry me. I will definitely reject such shallow love. Don't call me husband anymore. Marriage without love is meaningless in Wu Ming's view. Wu Ming is not a man who can't walk away when he sees a beautiful woman, and he won't readily agree just because the other party is throwing herself at him. After all, Wu Ming still has a few love debts, how can he add one more? Yes Tilda, I understand, Seelan-sama. This time, Wu Ming nodded with satisfaction. She didn't call him Wu Ming but Seelan-sama. This means that she is a smart person. Wu Ming likes to deal with smart people. Then, you can stay here. You didn't lie, I will come back and thank you. With that, Wu Ming immediately turned and left. I wish you good luck. After Wu Ming's figure disappeared, Tamamonome smiled again. He Tilda, such an excellent husband will be taken away by others if I don't hurry. I am the Tamamonome who wants to be a virtuous wife Tilda, and I have already given you a greeting gift. My husband Tilda. Although she said that, Tamamonome's eyes were a bit scary. Unfortunately, Wu Ming had already left and didn't see this scene. On the way back to the city gate, Wu Ming began to think about the information he collected so far. According to Tamamonome's information, as well as Wu Ming's own investigation, Shutendoji was no longer in the central hall. There were two reasons why Shutendoji set up this poison city. First, she needed to make Wu Ming think that she was in the center of the poison city. After all, if they were to fight, Shutendoji's domain would be very advantageous. However, Wu Ming forgot that last time, even after Shutendoji left, her noble artifact could still operate on its own. This time, it might be the same. Then, why did this self-operating poison city attract Wu Ming? Naturally, it was to let Shutendoji escape. This was also the second reason. The entire place was filled with magic filled with poison. Under normal circumstances, Wu Ming wouldn't be able to detect small magic movements. This way, it was very likely that Shutendoji had already escaped from the city. From Wu Ming's point of view, Shutendoji wasn't a demon who would run away before a fight even started. Not to mention, Ibaraki Doji was still here. And even if Shutendoji left, where could she go? There was only one answer, which was to find Gudazi and Matthew outside the city. Although Shutendoji wouldn't run away because of fear, he wasn't an idiot either. He wouldn't just sit there and wait for an enemy that he couldn't defeat to find trouble with him. Thus, the wisest choice was to lead the main force away and ambush the enemy's weak point. And what if Shutendoji was the follower sent by the Magic King? Gudazi was the only hope for humanity, at least for now. Then, as long as he eliminated Gudazi, the Magic King wouldn't have any worries. As for why Shutendoji was so sure that only Wu Ming and Kana would come in, it could only be said that this was very likely a part of the plan. Wu Ming guessed that even if Gudazi and Matthew came in, Shutendoji probably had a way to separate them. As expected of the leader of the Great Mountains, the son of the great god Ibaraki. His brain isn't any worse than a human's. Humans didn't have power, so they honed their intelligence. Demons had power, so they abandoned their intelligence. And as the son of the demon god, Shutendoji was very smart. Now, there was someone in front of him who was stalling for time. Shutendoji told me that even if I die today, I'll drag you here. Chapter 512. Ibaraki Doji said domineeringly to Wuming. The bone sword in his hand was faintly discernible. Although he couldn't tell if Ibaraki Doji was also immune to the Holy Grail, he was able to walk through the poison as if it didn't exist. But then again, since he lived so close to Shutendoji all year round and wasn't poisoned, he should have some sort of immunity. Who cares? There was one thing that was without a doubt: Ibaraki Doji was sent by Shutendoji to stop Wuming. You're quite well-mannered, Ibaraki. Wuming greeted Ibaraki Doji. Waha, it's all right, after all, I have something like the Holy Grail. Asterisk cough cough. Asterisk shut up, you and I aren't close enough to greet each other. Ibaraki Doji laughed, but then realized that this was an enemy, so he quickly changed his attitude. No matter how he looked at it, Ibaraki Doji seemed unreliable, but no matter what, he was still the well-known Rashomon ghost, Ibaraki Doji. If that's the case, then Shutendoji must have gone to find Kana, Silent said calmly. Hehe, Shutendoji is obviously looking for that human girl. Why would he go find that terrifying son? Asterisk cough cough asterisk of course, it's not that Shutendoji is afraid of that guy, it's just that there's no need to understand. The son was obviously referring to Kana. Like a child, Ibaraki Doji was trying very hard to protect Shutendoji. Is that so? Thank you, Ibaraki Doji. Wuming smiled lightly, now he was sure of Shutendoji's whereabouts. On the other hand, Shutendoji, who heard Wuming's thanks, had a strange expression. Forget it, I don't care what you're saying, if it wasn't for that son, how could I have escaped so pathetically? Asterisk cough cough asterisk retreat, and I was even mocked by that sun fox, damn it. Ibaraki Doji didn't realize that he had fallen into Wuming's trap, and was still throwing a tantrum. Sure enough, anything related to the sun isn't a good thing. You too. Today, let me, Ibaraki Dojo, end your light. With a roar, Ibaraki Dojo's left hand stabbed the bone blade into the ground, then raised his right hand and aimed at Wuming. Thou must experience the true appearance of us, ghost. His right arm, which had been severed by a treacherous scheme and then regained after losing it, had turned into a freak. Let's go, Hellfire. In an instant, Ibaraki Kido's right hand burned with a strange flame. It turned out that the reason why the servants liked to chant before releasing their noble phantoms was to strengthen their noble phantoms. Of course, there was also a saying that it was more handsome. Asterisk cough asterisk. Just as Wuming was about to release his noble artifact to receive the attack, Wuming realized that Ibaraki boy had not fully released his noble artifact. It's not over yet. Ibaraki Kido's left hand moved away from the bone sword and placed it on his right hand. There's more than just this amount of karmic fire. Let the karmic fire of the great mountains burn. In an instant, the flame on Ibaraki Kido's right arm skyrocketed, showing an extreme golden color. Ibaraki Dojo's body was completely engulfed in flames. The only thing that could be seen was that red to the point of gold, and then gold to the point of blackening. This time, Wuming did not dare to be careless. It was obvious that his opponent had combined two noble phantoms into one. Moreover, in Wuming's perception, Wuming clearly noticed that Ibaraki Kido's spiritual base was gradually collapsing. There was no doubt that this was the last noble phantoms of the fused life. Dual noble phantoms coupled with the burning of life, this was the degree of 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 3. The power was much stronger than the previous military noble phantoms, and it was comparable to the Holy Sword. In short, Wuming did not have the confidence to block Ibaraki Kido's double noble phantoms that sacrificed his life. However, Ibaraki Kido's action of burning life touched Wuming's heart. Wuming remembered what Ibaraki Kido had said before. Even if I die today, I will drag you here with me. Those who could become heroic spirits were all heroes without exception. However, the reason why anti-heroes could become heroic spirits and enter the Martyr's Palace was because of their merits. Entering the Martyr's Palace after death was not only a comfort of losing one's freedom, but also a recognition of two great restraints. Wuming was deeply touched by Ibaraki Kido's spirit of sacrificing himself for Shutendoji, which went beyond friendship. Wu-ming smiled gratifyingly. Then, I'll properly receive your strongest attack, Ibaraki Kido. After saying that, the spear in Wu-ming's hand dissipated into mana. Wu-ming opened his arms, and the armor on his body was completely removed from Wu-ming's body. Wu-ming's noble phantoms were permanent noble phantoms, but it did not mean that they could not be released. Finally, the removed armor gathered in front of Wu-ming, constantly changing and combining. A holy knight's shield that was as tall as a person, similar to Matthew's shield, floated in front of Wu-ming. Wu-ming was dressed in white. He grabbed the handle behind the shield and placed it on the ground. This is my strongest noble phantoms, the proof of my identity as the strongest knight, Vilo Silenced. It's a concept defensive noble phantoms. Ibaraki Kido did not release his noble phantoms. Instead, he quietly listened to Wu-ming's speech. Wu-ming did not know if Ibaraki Kido was still alive, as he could no longer sense his aura. Let me see if your feelings for Shutendoji, which surpasses friendship, can break this knight's proof and concept relic. Wu-ming's words were like an opportunity. After Wu-ming finished speaking, Ibaraki Boy's final noble artifact was released. The black gold ghostly hand left Ibaraki Boy. After it left, the ghostly hand continued to expand until it became incomparably huge. It was as if Ibaraki Boy had really sacrificed his life. The final cry of the noble artifact sounded incomparably mournful in Wu-ming's ears. Gift mined Arthur, Arthur's gift armor. Wu-ming did not shout with all his might like Ibaraki Dojo. Instead, he was like a holy king, calmly and elegantly reading out the true name of the noble artifact. In an instant, the knight's shield that was as tall as a person shone brightly. There was nothing fancy about it. The knight's shield merely released a light film. The defensive wall formed by the light film started from the shield. The light film first enveloped Wu-ming, then it began to expand up, down, left, and right. It was like a giant shield of light that was constantly expanding. When the ghostly hand approached Wu-ming, it had expanded to a height of 100 meters. It was like a monstrous devil's hand, trying to grab Wu-ming. The defensive wall in front of Wu-ming seemed to be responding to Ibaraki Boy's noble artifact. It expanded to the same width and height as the black gold ghostly hand. In the next second, the giant ghostly hand and the defensive light film came into contact. Rumble. In front of the central hall, Tamamo no Mae was still half kneeling in front of the hall, looking at the nuclear explosion that happened not far away. Because of Wu-ming's defensive light film, the impact of the explosion did not spread to her. Even the sound of the explosion did not reach her. Before Wu-ming and Ibaraki Boy released their noble artifacts, Tamamo no Mae had already noticed that something was wrong. The magical waves were too strong. She saw with her own eyes that a giant ghostly hand that was constantly expanding collided with the defensive light film. She had witnessed this miracle. Sometimes, I'm really jealous of Shutendoji. Tamamo no Mae shook her head as if she was feeling sorry for Ibaraki Boy. Then, she closed her eyes and fell into silence. After all, Wu-ming's request was not to move. Tamamo no Mae chose to meditate. On the other hand, Kana and Suzaku Misoki were affected by the explosion. Suzaku Misoki was blown to the side. Kana tried his best to stabilize himself and looked at the explosion. Is this Celander's doing? Then, I should end this quickly. Outside the city, Gudazi stood behind Matthew. She was shocked by the huge explosion in the city. Matthew did not have the time to care about the explosion in the city. Instead, he focused on Shutendoji in front of him. However, Shutendoji was not paying attention to Matthew and Gudazi. Instead, he was looking at the explosion. She could sense that it was Ibaraki Boy's noble artifact. He told her as expected, Ibaraki, you're an idiot. Chapter 513. Although Shutendoji was smiling, his smile wasn't sincere. On the contrary, there was a hint of pain in his smile, but Shutendoji managed to cover it up. She did tell Ibaraki to try his best to stop Wu-ming, but she didn't tell him to risk his life. Shutendoji liked to tease Ibaraki Doji, but that was also a kind of love. Ibaraki knew this, so he tried to delay Wu-ming. For the sake of Shutendoji, Ibaraki sacrificed himself. Although they were both servants, it wasn't easy to meet a close friend. Moreover, servants could be said to have a second life. To be able to meet a close friend in a second life, Shutendoji was very happy. He opened his wine gourd, smiled, and took a sip. Shutendoji no longer paid attention to the explosion. Then, let's continue. I'm looking forward to seeing if the little girl can block my poison he Matthew clenched his teeth with a bitter expression. This time, it's really bad. At this time, a white angel walked out from the side. In the center of the explosion, where Wu Ming was. Wu Ming didn't hear any sound, and he didn't see any color other than white. The light membrane calculated the explosion from the collision of the noble phantasm as damage, and the dazzling light from the noble phantasm as damage. Therefore, Wu Ming's noble phantasm isolated the sound and scene. That was why Wu Ming could only see white and couldn't hear the explosion. However, one thing was certain. Wu Ming successfully defended against Ibaraki Duji's noble phantasm. Because Wu Ming's noble phantasm wasn't destroyed, Wu Ming didn't die was the best proof. However, this was how it should be. It's such a pity, Ibaraki Duji. The concept noble phantasm under the time paradox can't be destroyed by flames comparable to the sacred sword. This was Wu Ming's biggest cheat. After leaving Connaught, Wu Ming accidentally obtained a set of worn-out armor. Because of a magic scroll, he came to Camello, and that set of armor became Wu Ming's armor as a Knight of the Round Table. After Wu Ming left, Artoria took it back and no one knew where it went. Connaught's timeline was the 5th century BC, while Camelot's timeline was the 5th century AD. If that was the case, it wouldn't be a problem for Wu Ming to bring the armor to the future. However, the problem lay with the scroll. The scroll that Merlin used to summon him was undoubtedly made by Wu Ming. He could see that, but the scroll appeared thousands of years ago without any trace. If there was no problem with it, Wu Ming wouldn't believe it. There was no doubt that this was a problem with the scroll. Before he was summoned by Merlin with the scroll, Wu Ming had discovered the scroll that contained his own blood and was completely made by himself. Assuming that after Wu Ming was summoned, Merlin used the scroll that was passed down in the past to summon Wu Ming, then who made the scroll? Wu Ming didn't make it, but it was undoubtedly made by Wu Ming. Wu Ming had put the scroll in his own space, so the only possibility was the scroll used by Morgan Le Fay. Although the scroll used by Morgan Le Fay was similar to the one made by Wu Ming, it didn't have Wu Ming's blood. Assuming that Wu Ming in Camelot was codenamed Present Wu Ming, and Wu Ming in Connaught was Past Wu Ming. Then there was an inference. After the scroll used by Morgan Le Fay in Camelot sucked the present Wu Ming away, it was also sucked into the spacetime tunnel. There might have been a trace of blood on it. After entering the spacetime tunnel, it went to the past and was found by the past Wu Ming. Then, the past Wu Ming was sucked away. The scroll wasn't taken away by Wu Ming, but was passed down 1,000 years in the future, where it was used by Merlin, who then sucked the past Wu Ming over 1,000 years in the future. The past Wu Ming was sucked away at the same time as Merlin sucked the Wu Ming over 1,000 years in the future. The past Wu Ming was sucked away and became the present Wu Ming. Wu Ming rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on. Looks like I'll have to investigate this thoroughly after returning to the origin. It is still possible for the soundless in the Great Root to know such a thing. After all, administrators have to be good at using their authority. ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** bit of administrator authority. Through the power of the origin and the power of the Holy Grail held by Maeve, he cheated by recreating the armor that came with the time paradox. The strength of this armor was no doubt no weaker than Avalon's. Since it was made by the origin, it must be a masterpiece. While Wu Ming was thinking, the relic slowly came into contact with him. Since the danger was gone, it was naturally gone. After contact, the shield formed by the armor automatically disintegrated, turning into a new set of armor and attaching itself to Wu Ming's body. This time, the armor was even holier than before, as if the effect of the true name liberation was still there. Wu Ming touched the helmet. Due to the big explosion, he knew from the central hall that the city gate was no longer poisonous. Due to the influence of Ibaraki's karmic fire and Wu Ming's holy light, as well as the storm caused by the explosion, The poison in the soil and the poison in the air were all blown away, burned, and purified. Then, Wu Ming looked at Ibaraki Dojo. At this moment, Ibaraki Dojo had completely disappeared. Only the place where Ibaraki Dojo used to be was left with a little bit of magic crystals. Regardless of whether the opponent was alive or dead, Ibaraki Dojo would not be able to survive the final blow of sacrificing his life. Shaking his head, Wu Ming stopped paying attention to this. Then, he ran straight to the city gate. After all, there were no enemies blocking the way. Wu Ming ran straight to the city gate using the shortest route between 2 points. Near the city gate, Wu Ming ran into Kana. At this moment, Suzaku Gozen, who was opposite Kana, had disappeared. This meant that Kana had defeated Suzaku Gozen. As expected of Kana. You really won. However, in response to Wu Ming's compliment, Kana shook his head. My opponent went easy on me. This was a bit strange. However, since Kana said that his opponent had gone easy on him, then he must have gone easy on him. Kana would not lie. Let's not talk about this for now. Tachika is in danger. Shutendoji is going to look for her. Then, Wu Ming and Kana went to look for Gudazi. On the way, Kana told Wu Ming about the battle between him and Suzaku Gozen. Suzaku Gozen's exquisite noble phantasm had indeed hit Kana, but it had not seriously injured him. After that, Kana had been fighting Suzaku Gozen in close combat. This was because Kana had discovered that Suzaku Gozen's noble phantasm was based on telekinesis. Therefore, when fighting in close combat, Suzaku Gozen would definitely be wary. In the beginning, because Suzaku Gozen was fighting Kana in close combat, no matter how exquisite her control was, if Kana wanted to play tricks, it was very likely that a few katanas would rebound and hit Suzaku Gozen. This was the disadvantage of being too close to the enemy. Kana had been affected by Wu Ming and Ibaraki Dojo's explosion, so he felt that he should end the battle quickly. Then, after releasing the noble phantasm, Suzaku Gozen symbolically dodged and was hit. There was no doubt that Suzaku Gozen had gone easy on him. Although he did not know why Suzaku Gozen had gone easy on him, the outcome was good. Shutendoji was the only one missing. Then, when Wu Ming and Kana found Gudazi and Matthew, they found that Nightingale had appeared beside them at some point. Shutendoji, on the other hand, was drinking wine with a smile on his face. However, no matter how one looked at him, Shutendoji looked quite depressed. Chapter 514. When he saw that Gudazi was fine, Wu Ming was relieved. It was obvious that Shutendoji didn't attack Gudazi because of Nightingale, who appeared out of nowhere. I've failed completely this time. I don't have a good relationship with this lady. Shutendoji seemed to have given up and said to Wu Ming. Although Wu Ming didn't understand Nightingale's ability, seeing that she was a nurse, he guessed that her noble phantasm should be something like healing or purification. And from Shutendoji's current expression, it could be seen that Nightingale's ability completely restrained her. That's true, Shutendoji. Wu Ming was no longer anxious because there were only 2 servants left in the Nippon faction, and Tamamonome seemed to be on Wu Ming's side. In fact, Wu Ming's guess was correct. When Shutendoji used poison to attack Gudazi and Matthew, Nightingale calmly walked out of the forest and released her noble phantasm. As a result, Shutendoji's poison was completely purified. At this moment, the wine that Shutendoji drank was poison-free. I have to say, Shutendoji is really unlucky when it comes to luck. Even Gudazi couldn't help but ridicule. According to Gudazi's judgment, Shutendoji spent a lot of effort to get out of Denver and attack her, the last master. But in the end, at the final moment, a servant that completely countered Shutendoji appeared out of nowhere. Just how unlucky was Seiji to meet such a servant? After all, Nightingale left in the middle of the night chasing after Achilles, who knew that he would meet her here. Well, Tilda, actually, I've always been unlucky. Tilda, looking at the confident Shutendoji, Wu Ming subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Wu Ming knew just how dangerous Shutendoji was, so he chose to immediately attack Shutendoji. The holy spear pierced towards Shutendoji, but Shutendoji didn't try to defend or dodge. I remember that you are looking for the Holy Grail. Unfortunately, the Holy Grail is no longer in my hands. The holy spear stopped right before Shutendoji's neck. This is the second time we've met, Shutendoji, although I'm not sure if you still remember me. Although Wu Ming spoke to Shutendoji, he still kept the holy spear at Shutendoji's neck. Of course I remember. I clearly remember that you chopped off my head. Shutendoji said in a satisfied tone, not at all like he was being held captive. No matter if it's Ibaraki, Tamamo no Mae, or even Suzuka Gozen, the golden light on their bodies, as well as this continuous poison, were all created by me through the Holy Grail. Shutendoji said everything without hesitation. However, I didn't bring the Holy Grail with me. Shutendoji smiled. Then, if Shutendoji didn't bring the Holy Grail with him, where did he put it? The central hall had been infiltrated by his mental power, but there was no trace of the Holy Grail. Suzuka Gozen and Ibaraki Doji had already left. Could it be Tamamo no Mae? Wu Ming fell into deep thought. Wu Ming felt that he had overlooked something. Suddenly, Wu Ming's pupils shrank as he thought of something. This city was undoubtedly a noble artifact, and it was one that had been blessed by the Holy Grail. Suzuka Gozen didn't have such a legend. Although Ibaraki Doji and Shutendoji had said that they had built a city in the mountains, this city wasn't suitable for ghosts. As for Tamamo no Mae, she didn't have any legends of a city. In that case, there must be a hidden follower, and this city must belong to that follower. Shutendoji seemed to have seen through Wu Ming's thoughts and smiled. That's right, I gave the Holy Grail to the owner of this city. After all, I didn't plan to go back. Shutendoji smiled. However, this smile was quite familiar to Wu Ming. It was the same smile that Shutendoji had before he left in the Winterwood City. Pucci Wu Ming stabbed his spear into Shutendoji's neck, but Shutendoji smiled. She was disappearing bit by bit. Although Shutendoji couldn't speak because Wu Ming had pierced his throat, Wu Ming was able to read Shutendoji's words through the shape of his mouth. I'll be waiting for you in Himeji City. Then, Shutendoji turned into magic and dissipated. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth began to shake violently. Matthew supported Gudazi, who almost fell. Kana and Nightingale looked behind Wu Ming. Wu Ming turned around and looked at the huge Denver City, or Himeji City. In the second half of Himeji City, a huge pillar rose from the ground. Countless eyes were inlaid on this huge pillar of flesh, turning and blinking from time to time. It was very terrifying. That's a demon god pillar? Gudazi cried out in surprise. After all, Gudazi had already experienced 4 singularities and encountered many demon god pillars, so she naturally recognized it. Nightingale and Kana were also shocked. After all, the aura emitted by the huge pillar of flesh in the distance was a bit terrifying. While everyone was surprised, Wu Ming shook his head helplessly. I was tricked by Shutendoji again. Shutendoji set up Poison City and sent Ibaraki Doji, Lulu Gozen, and Tamamo no Mae to intercept Wu Ming. It seemed that they were going to attack Gudazi, and Wu Ming would quickly return to protect Gudazi. But in fact, they were misled. With this plan, Wu Ming and others were transferred away, giving the servant at the back of Himeji City an opportunity to summon the demon god pillar. However, according to Shutendoji's words, I'll be waiting for you in Himeji City. It was very likely that this demon god pillar was controlled by Shutendoji. This also proved why it took so long to summon the demon god pillar, because it needed Shutendoji's consciousness to be stored in this huge pillar of flesh. Sure enough, it confirmed Wu Ming's thoughts once again. Even if Shutendoji left, he must have left me a lot of trouble. Kana, you stay with Matthew and Nightingale to protect Tachika. I'll go meet that guy. Wu Ming said to Kana. Kana didn't speak, just nodded, and then stood beside Gudazi. Although Gudazi always had Matthew by her side, she couldn't guarantee that she could completely protect some powerful servants. Just like Shutendoji just now, Matthew found it a little difficult to defend against the pervasive poisonous gas. Also because of guilt, Matthew didn't speak, but obediently stayed by Gudazi's side. Gudazi, on the other hand, seemed to be in a bad mood. That's the demon god pillar, how can I let you go alone? Gudazi mercilessly rejected Wu Ming's proposal. Although Matthew didn't speak, the worry in his eyes was still seen by Wu Ming. Wu Ming stared blankly, then laughed. "Don't worry, didn't I say, I'm not an ordinary servant." Wu Ming smiled and comforted the two. But Gudazi still didn't agree, and wanted to refute. "Trust me, you and Matthew staying here will make me feel more at ease." Wu Ming looked at Gudazi and Matthew firmly. It wasn't that the two of them were burdens, well, in fact, it was a little bit. Cough cough. The most important thing was that Wu Ming believed that the demon god pillar was controlled by Shutendoji. Facing a different demon god pillar, Wu Ming really didn't feel at ease letting Gudazi and Matthew go with him. And with Wu Ming's strength, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with the demon god pillar with some effort. It was also because of this that Kana agreed to stay and let Wu Ming go to the battlefield alone. Although the two of them seemed to be tied in the previous battle, Kana knew that he couldn't beat Wu Ming, who cheated. Since that was the case, he had enough strength on the battlefield, so he was responsible for protecting Gudazi. In the end, Gudazi and Matthew nodded and chose to believe in Wu Ming. Wu Ming realized that one of them was missing. Where did Nightingale go? Gudazi and Matthew also realized that Nightingale was missing. At this time, Kana, who was loyally acting as a weapon, spoke. "As for the nurse, she ran toward the demon god pillar while you were talking." As expected of the obedient Kana. "If you don't ask, he won't say." Wu Ming rubbed his forehead with a slight headache. Chapter 5:15. At the back of Jilu City, the huge tentacle-like demon god pillars were wriggling about. The eyes on the demon god pillars would turn from time to time, blinking, looking particularly terrifying. A strange sound came from the demon god pillar. It was a sound that humans and even servants could not make. This was the unique cry of the demon god pillars. Along with the demon god pillar's cry, dense purple fog was emitted from the demon god pillar's eyes. The purple mist didn't move fast, but it was very powerful. The first half of the Holy Grail enhanced version of Jilu City was basically destroyed by Wu Ming and Ibaraki's noble artifacts. However, the second half of Jilu City was still intact because of Wu Ming's noble artifacts. When the purple fog emitted by the demon god pillars came in contact with the palaces and pavilions of Jilu City, the moment it came in contact with them, those palaces and pavilions were immediately corroded. It was like a deadly poison. Although the purple fog moved slowly, because it didn't encounter any resistance, gradually, the buildings in the back half of Jilu City, with the demon god pillars as the center, melted away. Taking a closer look, nearly half of the buildings in the back half of Jilu City had been corroded and melted away. The melted buildings were like ordinary water that blended into the ground. Although the ground wasn't decayed, the gradual blackening of the ground proved that it didn't escape the corrosion of the poison. Nightingale pledge, I will eradicate all poisons and all harmful things. In an instant, along with the release of the true name of this precious artifact, a part of the purple mist in front of the demon god pillar disappeared, including the ground that had already turned black. The ground returned to its original color. Not only that, but there were also signs of sprouting on the ground that was covered by the relic. Oh, Tilda, it's your nurse again. We really don't get along well." At this moment, Shutendoji's voice came from the demon god pillar. However, the demon god pillar's voice wasn't completely Shutendoji's. There was a strange sound mixed in as well, which was probably the demon god pillar's own voice. Without a doubt, Wu Ming's guess was correct. However, Nightingale did not answer demon god Shuteng's question. Instead, she tried her best to unleash her noble artifact. Nightingale's noble phantasm, I will eradicate all poisons, all harmful things, forbidden phantasm, was an area with Nightingale as the center. It could nullify all poisons and attacks. This noble phantasm was a concept noble phantasm. It was a combination of the spiritual sublimation of Nightingale, who galloped on the battlefield and faced death, coupled with various anecdotes of her, as well as the concept of angel in white who helped the sick and wounded, which was established in modern times. It was proven that a concept relic had an advantage over a physical relic. It was a grade C+ anti-army relic. I will eradicate all poisonous and harmful creatures. The territory that it displayed was like an invincible holy territory. There was no poison or harm at all. The surrounding purple fog surged violently into this area, intending to corrode it. However, no matter how much of it there was, it was useless. The poison that entered was completely eliminated by this precious artifact. As this noble phantasm was centered around Nightingale, while Nightingale was unleashing her noble phantasm, she was constantly moving towards demon god Shuteng. However, as the range of the noble phantasm was not very large, the moving Nightingale had already seen such a scene. Amidst a large expanse of purple mist, a circle without any purple mist was moving towards the most important sky pillar. It gave off a feeling of a mantis trying to stop a chariot and overestimating its own capabilities. However, that was the truth. Looking at Nightingale, who was moving towards him with all her might, demon god Shuteng laughed. Hee. If it was the previous me, you would indeed be my nemesis. However, this is a demon god pillar, Miss Nurse. The moment demon god Shuteng finished speaking, an even thicker dark purple fog emerged from behind the demon god pillar. Just by looking at it, Nightingale, who was a berserker, could feel the danger from it. The dark purple fog contained a large amount of magic and rushed towards Nightingale's noble phantasm domain at an extremely fast speed. No matter what it was, there was a limit to it. Wu Ming's almost infinite magic, Avalon, which was rumored to be able to block even a world-defying noble phantasm, and Nightingale's noble phantasm domain were the same. The reason why Wu Ming's magic was said to be infinite was because of his overly large base, super recovery speed, and the fact that he had no place to use these 3 points. The reason why Avalon could block the world-defying noble phantasm was because Avalon had not encountered a stronger attack. At the very least, Wu Ming believed that if he used the Great Source to launch an attack, Avalon would not be able to block it. Since that was the case, Nightingale's noble phantasm domain also had its limits. It seemed like Nightingale's noble phantasm could completely restrain Shuteng Dodge's poison. However, if it encountered a large amount of poison that could not be eliminated in time, or if it was not poison but a powerful magic attack, Nightingale's noble phantasm domain might not be able to eliminate it completely. Demon god Shuteng had such a plan. He did not continue to release poison. Instead, he released the demon god pillar's demon fog skill. The powerful demon fog surged towards Nightingale's domain. As expected, although Nightingale's noble phantasm had eliminated part of the mana fog, most of it remained and continued to fly toward Nightingale within the noble phantasm. Nightingale did not say a word, allowing the dark purple fog to gradually approach her. She knew that she could not resist it. Mystery would be ineffective in front of a higher level of mystery. This was probably the theory behind it. Nightingale was considered a modern person. In terms of mystery, she was much weaker than the demon god pillar. Moreover, Nightingale's noble phantasm was only a grade C noble phantasm. It was impossible for it to eliminate any damage. In this case, Nightingale, who did not have any other powerful abilities, might be defeated this time due to Berserker's impulsiveness. However, she did not regret it. If she wanted Berserker to regret it, she might have to wait until her next life. Of course, if Nightingale was alone, she would definitely be defeated here. However, there was no doubt that Nightingale was not alone. Whoosh, accompanied by the sound of chains, Nightingale was tied up by a silver-white chain and was pulled out of the attack range of the dark purple fog. "Oh, you're not satisfied with the speed?" Demon god Shuteng spoke again. "After all, no matter if it's Shutendoji or the demon god pillar, they're all my enemies," Wu Ming replied demon god Shuteng calmly as he kept the pseudo-heavenly lock back into the golden ripple. As Nightingale's noble phantasm was still activated, although the poisonous fog had spread over, it did not corrode Wu Ming. Then play with me for a while. My new enemy." Looking at the dark purple fog that was controlled by demon god Shuteng, Wu Ming began to recall what Tamamonome had said. Chapter 516. Wu Ming was on his way to demon god Shuteng. When Wu Ming passed by the central Great Hall, he discovered that Tamamo no Mae was still sitting on the platform in front of the hall, not moving at all. And at this moment, the omnipresent poison gas was emitted from the central Great Hall, about to reach Tamamo no Mae. Even people who didn't know what the mist was would feel danger, let alone Wu Ming, who knew what the purple mist was. Wu Ming extended his hand and golden ripples appeared. The pseudo-heaven lock appeared from the ripples, and in an instant, the pseudo-heaven lock wrapped around Tamamo no Mae. Immediately afterwards, Wu Ming waved his hand and the chains pulled Tamamo no Mae over. Tamamo no Mae didn't resist and let Wu Ming pull her over with the chains. Catching Tamamo no Mae and retrieving the chains, Wu Ming asked subconsciously, "Why are you still here? The demon god pillar's attack is already here." The reason why Wu Ming asked this was because even if Tamamo no Mae had the immunity granted by the Holy Grail, even if she could defend against the demon god pillar's poison, the demon god pillar still had other attacks. Since the poison gas could reach here, the demon god pillar's other attacks would naturally be able to as well. However, in response to Wu Ming's question, Tamamo no Mae smiled sweetly. "Didn't you tell me to stay here? This is your promise, Tilda." Tamamo no Mae winked at Wu Ming like a mischievous child. With Tamamo no Mae's words, Wu Ming felt rather awkward. Actually, Wu Ming didn't care about his words at all. Seeing that Tamamo no Mae had told him the truth, Wu Ming only warned Tamamo no Mae not to play any tricks behind his back. Wu Ming only used the words "stay here and don't go anywhere" to warn her. Wu Ming didn't think that Tamamo no Mae wouldn't do anything in the face of danger. Who would have thought that Tamamo no Mae would be so serious? Take it that I didn't say it well. However, remember this. You can go back on an unimportant agreement like this when your life is in danger. Wu Ming said very seriously. "But, that was my first promise with you. I don't want to break it just like that. However, since you personally came to help me break the promise, then I'll let it go this time." Tilda Tamamo no Mae smiled, acknowledging Wu Ming's words. "Also, Lord Saranda, how much longer are you planning to hug me?" Tamamo no Mae smiled innocently. Wu Ming's expression turned awkward, and he quickly put down Tamamo no Mae. After using the pseudo-heaven lock to pull Tamamo no Mae over, Wu Ming withdrew the heaven lock. Wu Ming then hugged Tamamo no Mae like hugging a cat. Speaking of which, hugging Tamamo no Mae was no different from hugging a cat. Cough cough. Back to the main topic. "Since you've kept your promise, I'll temporarily treat you as my partner. Keep walking towards the city gate and meet up with Chaldea's master." Although Wu Ming said that he would treat Tamamo no Mae as his partner purely because of the promise, Wu Ming did not completely believe him. Who would completely believe a strange woman who was originally an enemy but suddenly said that she wanted to marry you when she saw you? Seeing that Tamamo no Mae did not try anything funny, Wu Ming decided to temporarily let her join the party. Moreover, even if Tamamo no Mae betrayed him, it would be fine. Karnak was there, so he was not afraid of Tamamo no Mae betraying him. Tamamo no Mae nodded regretfully, as if she was unhappy that she did not become his wife. However, Tamamo no Mae seemed to have thought of something, and she nodded honestly, and then asked, "What about you, Lord Saranda? If I'm not wrong, you're going to destroy the demon god pillars, right?" Wu Ming naturally nodded and admitted it. There was nothing to hide. Could it be that Wu Ming came here specifically to save Tamamo no Mae? Wu Ming and Tamamo no Mae's relationship was not that good. Regarding this, I have something to say. Tamamo no Mae bowed to Wu Ming, as if she was really putting herself in the position of a subject. Wu Ming nodded. Since there was information, he naturally had to listen to it. After Wu Ming nodded, Tamamo no Mae spoke. "Actually, the Holy Grail was placed with Judge Ji, but I feel that this matter has nothing to do with her. It was completely planned by Shutendoji. You are indeed the concubine of justice." Wu Ming nodded. Previously, when Shutendoji had mouthed to Wu Ming to wait for you in Gyro City, Wu Ming had more or less guessed it. After all, Gyro City was the residence of Judge Ji, the monster of the city. It wasn't strange for it to become a noble artifact. Actually, when your noble artifact landed in this city, even though Judge Haim borrowed the power of the Holy Grail, in order to resist your somewhat cheating noble artifact, Judge Haim herself probably didn't have a good time waiting for me. Shutendoji didn't take back the Holy Grail and instead left it with Judge Haim. Hearing this, Wu Ming came to a realization. This made sense. Even if Wu Ming's abnormal cheating noble artifact was blocked by Gyro City, it shouldn't have left Gyro City in ruins. It shouldn't have left anything behind and directly exploded into ashes. If he borrowed the power of the Holy Grail, then it made sense. Listen to your nonsense. Have you never seen Judge Ji? Wu Ming asked. After all, Tamamo-no-Me's words showed that she didn't know the truth. That's right, Saranda-sama. Shutendoji asked me to stand guard here after Punbu-ji blocked your noble artifact. I will try my best to delay you with the formation of the formation. Suzuka Gozen and Ibaraki Doji were also sent out. Then, Wu Ming knew what happened after that. Kana stalled Suzaku Gozen, Wu Ming came here and was told the reason by Tamamo-no-Me, and when he returned, he was stopped by Ibaraki. They fought and Ibaraki self-destructed. In the end, Shutendoji died, but the demon god pillar was summoned. Actually, I wanted to visit Judge Ji after you left and retrieve the Holy Grail for you. But because of the agreement between you and me, I didn't do so. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. So you're blaming me? Okay, it seems like you're blaming me. Asterisk cough cough asterisk Wu Ming shook his head and said. I don't think that even if you take the Holy Grail away, the demon god pillar can't be summoned. Wu Ming believed that Shutendoji's death was the trigger for the demon god pillar to be summoned. It was very likely that Shutendoji had done something to the Holy Grail from the beginning, using his own life as the trigger. Once Shutendoji left, the Holy Grail would automatically activate and summon the demon god pillar with Shutendoji's consciousness. Moreover, it's hard to say if you can defeat Judge Ji. Actually, when Wu Ming was hugging Tamamo-no-Me, Wu Ming had already noticed that Tamamo-no-Me didn't have much fighting strength. Compared to the white-faced, golden-haired nine-tailed fox Tamamo-no-Me who was recorded as one of the three demons, the current Tamamo-no-Me was just a support fox. Although that's the case, I don't think that Judge Ji will fight back. Tamamo-no-Me smiled. This made Wu Ming puzzled. Could it be that these two were good friends? Chapter 517. Facing Wu Ming's doubts, Tamamo-no-Me covered her mouth with her sleeve and smiled. That's what your concubine thinks. That's why your concubine said that the summoning of the demon god pillar had nothing to do with Judge Haim. Damn, she's even keeping me in suspense. Wu Ming shook his head helplessly. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Nightingale probably can't hold on any longer. With that, Wu Ming prepared to leave. Wu Ming-sama. Tamamo-no-Me suddenly opened her mouth and called Wu Ming by his real name. Wu Ming turned his head and stared at Tamamo-no-Me. Facing Wu Ming's stare, Tamamo-no-Me smiled apologetically and said, You're an existence blessed by Amaterasu Omikami's incarnation. Make good use of that power. With that, Wu Ming left. After all, if he delayed any longer, Nightingale really wouldn't be able to hold on. Following that, Wu Ming recalled the scene from before. Wu Ming used the pseudo-heaven lock to pull Nightingale back. Blessing from the sun god. Wu Ming recalled Tamamo-no-Me's words and thought of the sun rain. By the way, Shutendoji, have you ever felt the despair brought by the sun? With that, Wu Ming closed his eyes and began to feel the mysterious power that entered his body without him noticing. I didn't even feel despair from Minamoto no Reiko. Can you make me feel despair tilde? Demon god Shutendoji let out a strange sound. Following that, he began to make the first move. The countless eyes on the demon god pillar spun faster and faster, gathering magical power. Following that, each eye released a heat ray comparable to a holy sword. The heat rays gathered together and formed a huge pillar of light with a diameter of 100 meters, attacking Wu Ming and Nightingale. Wu Ming opened his eyes and waved his hand. Gate Nightingale chanted a simple incantation, and a purple ripple appeared beneath her feet. Nightingale fell down in an instant. After Wu Ming heard a scream, Nightingale was completely engulfed by the purple ripples. Arthur's gift armor. After releasing the concept relic once again, the armor on Wu Ming's body detached and formed a shield. The shield formed a light film and welcomed the heat rays that the demon god Shuteng shot out. Zzz, the expected explosion did not happen. The shield's light membrane disintegrated all the heat rays from the demon god wine swallowing, turning them into pure magic power that spread out in all directions with a sizzling sound. Gate, chanting the incantation again, Wu Ming's figure behind the shield disappeared, leaving only a purple ripple. Suddenly, the demon god pillar made an incomprehensible sound. It was a scream that belonged to the demon god pillar. Behind the demon god pillar, Wu Ming was holding his holy spear. The front half of the holy spear had already pierced one of the eyes behind the demon god pillar. Although there were eyes behind the demon god pillar, because Wu Ming appeared too quickly, the demon god pillar did not react at all. As for how Wu Ming came over, the purple ripple that was slowly closing behind Wu Ming became a powerful explanation. Wu Ming could use the teleportation portal to any place he had been to and any place he could see. Wu Ming pulled the holy spear out of the demon god pillar's eye, jumped back, and left the demon god pillar's body. The moment he left, a large amount of dark purple fog appeared from the eyes of the surrounding demon god pillars. Without a doubt, if Wu Ming did not dodge, he would have been enveloped by the dark purple fog. Without the protection of his armor, Wu Ming did not dare be careless. Even if the dark purple fog did not seem like poisonous fog, who knew whether it would dissolve in an instant? Because of the damage, the demon god pillar stopped releasing heat rays. And because of this, Wu Ming's noble artifact also stopped. However, Wu Ming did not let the noble artifact recover his armor. Compared to the permanent noble artifact's armor form, the shield form after true name liberation was much more useful. However, it was unable to move in time. The demon god Ju Tun naturally noticed that the shield did not arrive at Wu Ming's side in time. Immediately, the eyes behind the demon god pillar began to revolve violently. Along with the condensation of magic, heat rays were also released. The target was naturally Wu Ming, who was behind the demon god pillar. Gate, the shield that appeared from the purple ripple, blocked the demon god pillar's attack. Although the shield itself was unable to come over in time, Wu Ming had a way to make the shield come over. The teleportation gate that Wu Ming used to teleport behind the demon god pillar was not closed. Wu Ming expanded it and opened another teleportation gate in front of him. Naturally, the shield could come over. Next, Wu Ming used the teleportation gate to launch a sneak attack on the demon god pillar. The demon god pillar attacked Wu Ming, while Wu Ming used the teleportation gate to block the damage. Although it seemed like Wu Ming had the advantage, that was not the case. Because Wu Ming had the concept noble artifact, the demon god pillar was unable to hurt Wu Ming. However, Wu Ming's attacks were also ineffective against the demon god pillar. Wu Ming stabbed in different places with his spear. However, after stabbing, the demon god pillar's powerful body would heal his injuries. One was the Dragon of Origin's spiritual base, while the other was the demon god pillar controlled by Shutendoji. Both of them were life forms with a high degree of mystery. This created a very awkward situation. Wu Ming could not hurt the demon god Shutendoji, while the demon god Shutendoji could not hurt Wu Ming. "Arth, your tortoise shell is really tough." Shutendoji was not upset at all. "Your recovery ability is not bad either, demon god Shutendoji," Wu Ming replied. Since that's the case, I won't play with you anymore." After demon god Shutendoji finished speaking, the huge demon god pillar began to move towards Gudazi. She was not prepared to fight this unsolvable battle with Wu Ming. She was prepared to get rid of the most important person. Wu Ming would definitely not allow that. Once again, he used the teleportation gate to arrive at one of the demon god pillar's eyes and stabbed with the holy spear. The demon god pillar was already used to having its eyes pierced, and because Shutendoji was not prepared to pay attention to Wu Ming, the demon god pillar did not move at all. However, Wu Ming smiled. "Found it." Wu Ming said before that he wanted Shutendoji to experience the despair brought by the sun, and closed his eyes to feel the blessing of the sun rain. Naturally, he would not play such a boring game with demon god Shutendoji. The reason why Wu Ming kept stabbing the demon god pillar was actually to find the holy grail inside the demon god pillar. Wu-ming did not think that the summoned demon god pillar would put the Holy Grail aside and not devour it. It could be said that without the Holy Grail, the demon god pillar's strength would definitely decrease. However, Wu-ming did not want to take out or destroy the Holy Grail. At this moment, a large amount of black fog suddenly enveloped Wu-ming. This was a magic corrosive fog that was even purer than the dark purple fog from before. I already knew that you were looking for the Holy Grail. You should thank me. I let you find it on purpose. Shutendoji's mocking voice could be heard. After all, Shutendoji was not an idiot. He guessed what Wu-ming was thinking, so he set up this trap to make Wu-ming fall into it. Of course I knew that this was a trap. After all, if it was you, it would be impossible for me to find the Holy Grail, so I took the initiative to jump into this trap. Wu-ming's voice came from the black fog, and it was a rather spirited voice. It did not sound like it was being corroded at all. After all, only this way can I release my authority. Chapter 518. Although Wu-ming had cheated, he did not have any trump cards like the Savior Sword or the 12 clones because of Celander's spiritual base. Wu-ming had only created an ordinary spiritual base in the root of Genesis and sent it to this singularity. Celander's identity was created by Maeve using the Holy Grail, so Wu-ming did not choose to interfere. After all, being invited in and barging in were two different concepts. Moreover, even without the Savior Sword and the 12 clones, Wu-ming was not weak. However, although he wasn't weak, he couldn't really injure demon god Shuteng without using a noble artifact. If he wanted to cripple him, he would have to use a super energy-storing noble artifact again. However, Wu-ming did not plan to use a relic in the first place. As he had a concept relic to defend himself, the demon god pillar's attack could not hurt Wu-ming. It was a sad story. Therefore, Shutenji could only use the Holy Grail to lure Wu-ming out from behind the tortoise shell. Wu-ming also needed to come into contact with the Holy Grail, so Shutenji's actions helped Wu-ming. Previously, Wu-ming had received the sun rain from Tamamonome and received the sun god's blessing passively. After Wu-ming found out that the blessing was from the sun god, he wanted to use it to blow up the demon god Shutenji. How would he blow it up? Of course, he would use his authority to transform into the sun. With the sun god's blessing, Wu-ming did not need to change his class. He could directly use the Holy Grail to connect with the root of Genesis and use the sun god Shutenji. Of course, due to various factors, this move was only a one-time use. After it was used, it would be gone. However, based on the current situation, Wu-ming felt that it was worth it. If the demon god Shutenji was allowed to wreak havoc in the American continent, the entire continent would probably turn into a land of poison in a few days. This proved the saying once again. Even if he left, Shutendoji would still cause trouble for Wu-ming. That was why Wu-ming decided to directly use the sun god's blessing upon seeing Shutendoji turn into a demon god pillar and connect to the Great Origin's usage of the Holy Grail. This was also why Wu-ming wasn't the slightest bit nervous even after falling into Shuteng's trap. Because the sun's flames would burn everything. For the sake of victory, quickly come before me. Undying sun, please bestow upon me a shining steed. Horses with enough intelligence, bring me the light wheel that symbolizes your master. After Wu-ming finished chanting, the fog surrounding Wu-ming began to glow. Boom! A ball of golden flames broke out from the fog with an explosion, starting to burn on the demon god pillar. The demon god pillar once again let out an incomprehensible sound of pain. General, demon god Wine Tun. Immediately afterwards, the golden flames instantly covered the entire demon god pillar. A strange scene appeared in G-Road City. The giant pillar burning with golden flames kept twisting, as if trying to get rid of these deadly flames, but it couldn't get rid of them. A deep sense of powerlessness came from this flame pillar. Amaterasu. On the hillside outside G-Road City, Tamamonome looked at this scene and said softly, "Huh? Caster, what did you say?" Gudazi, who was standing beside Tamamonome, asked doubtfully. "Nothing, Master Sama." Tamamonome smiled and covered it up. Gudazi didn't ask again, but focused on the giant flame pillar. Just now, the burning of the demon god pillar made Gudazi shout. She was very excited, and now she calmed down. Nightingale, who was teleported by Wu Ming to Gudazi's side, saw that the virus was about to be finished and relaxed a lot. Amaterasu. Kana said faintly. He heard Tamamonome's words. Matthew and Kana, two people, one on the left and one on the right, stood beside Gudazi and Tamamonome. The former was guarding his senior, and the latter. It seemed that because of the sun attribute, Kana had a good impression of Tamamonome. At least, he could talk to her and wouldn't ignore her. Of course, Tamamonome was also very interested in this same kind. As long as it was related to the sun, it was a good thing. Immediately afterwards, the golden flames slowly disappeared, and the huge demon god pillar disappeared along with it. There was no doubt that the demon god pillar disappeared. With Wu Ming's power, the sun incarnation disappeared, just like Lev in the Winterwood City. It's just that the demon god pillar, Florence, died, and there was still Lev left, but demon god Winetun died, there was nothing left. No, it should be the only thing left. Wu Ming looked at the original position of the demon god pillar, and thought with a strange expression. At this moment, a girl who was dressed like a Japanese princess was lying on the demon god pillar's position. Her eyes were spinning in a spiral shape. There was no doubt that this girl was unconscious, and it wasn't light. Wu Ming could faintly hear the unconscious girl mumbling something subconsciously. No, no more torture, no more torture. Wu Ming smiled, not knowing what to do. Looking at this princess girl who was no longer being tortured, she was probably talking about Tamamonome's punishment princess. It seemed that Tamamonome had been brought into the demon god pillar when it appeared. Otherwise, Wu Ming didn't think that Tamamonome would have been able to survive until now in the demon god pillar's attack range. I think I understand why Tamamonome said that Tamamonome wouldn't be the one who summoned the demon god pillar. Looking at Tamamonome's appearance, she had been unconscious for a long time. She had probably fainted after blocking Wu Ming's treasured artifact. Shutendoji placing the Holy Grail in front of the unconscious Tamamonome made sense. Shaking his head, Wu Ming stopped paying attention to Tamamonome and looked at his hand. Wu Ming held the golden Holy Grail with one hand. Sensing the magic on it, Wu Ming smiled. He had finally recovered a Holy Grail. Not long after, Gudazi's group arrived. As if it was a coincidence, when Gudazi's group arrived, Tamamonome turned into magic and left. After blocking Wu Ming's treasured artifact, being sucked into the demon god pillar, and being injured by Wu Ming's sun incarnation, it was already a miracle that she was able to last until Gudazi's group arrived and didn't leave with the demon god pillar. Placing the Holy Grail in his golden ripples, Wu Ming looked at Gudazi and sighed. Finally, the first Holy Grail has been collected. Why do I feel so tired for some reason? Wu Ming thought. Chapter 519. Wu Ming did not choose to let Chaldea retrieve the Holy Grail. Not to mention that Chaldea had not been contacted yet. Moreover, even if Wu Ming was contacted, he would not easily hand over the Holy Grail that he had just obtained to Chaldea's group. It was not that Wu Ming was greedy, but because Wu Ming was worried that the Holy Grail newly created by the Magic King would have some kind of trap. Wu Ming did not think that the Magic King's game would be so simple with only a few forces. However, it seemed that for the current Gudazi and others, the 5 forces were indeed difficult. However, to Wu Ming, the current chaotic battle between the 5 forces did not pose much of a threat. Although he did not know why the Magic King did not appear in person, even so, he could not do anything to Wu Ming. After all, it was not his main body. However, the Magic King who did not appear gave Wu Ming a feeling that there was something more important that he could not come. However, when they were in the underground of London, the Magic King said to Gudazi and others that as long as they did not open all 7 singularities, they would not be a threat to him at all. Just like how ordinary people would not care whether ants could hurt them, whether it was 1 ant or 7 ants, it was all the same. According to the Magic King, only when all 7 singularities were saved, would he take the initiative to kill Gudazi and others. During this time, Wu-ming did not think that the Magic King would sit in front of the TV and eat popcorn while watching Gudazi and others take risks. Then there was no doubt that the Magic King also had something to do. However, because of Wu-ming's intervention, Wu-ming was not sure whether the Magic King really did not eat popcorn and sit in front of the TV to watch what happened at this singularity. In any case, these new Holy Grails did not make Wu-ming feel at ease, so Wu-ming and Gudazi agreed that the Holy Grails that they obtained later would be temporarily guarded by him. Wu-ming and others walked out of Gyro City and began to move towards Riverton in the north. Gyro City did not seem to be a noble phantasm that would disappear with the servants. The Japanese forces were destroyed, and the Holy Grail was recovered by Wu-ming, but Gyro City was still there. It was still the same ruins, or even worse, razed to the ground. Let's not talk about the collision between Wu-ming and Ibaraki Boy's noble artifacts. The demon god pillars, poisonous fog and all kinds of destruction were enough to destroy Jiwei City, which had lost its defenses due to Jiji's coma and overload. Wu-ming guessed that Shutendoji, because of this, he used the Holy Grail to summon the summoned monsters to leave the summoned monsters, leaving only the servants. Wu-ming Doji. Gudazi, Matthew, and Nightingale was to be in the middle. In the middle was to the rears. In this way, Wu-ming Doji's group did not move fast, and it could even be said that they were moving slowly. After all, they had just won a battle, and there was no need to be too anxious, so Wu-ming Doji's group of 6 walked slowly. In fact, it was also to take care of Gudazi. After all, it was rare for them to come into contact with the current crisis, so there was no need to carry Gudazi as if they were transporting goods. However, they could not be too careless, as the current lineup of 6 people could be seen. Wu-ming Doji and Kana were in front and behind, while Matthew and Nightingale were guarding Gudazi in the middle. As for Tamamo Mei, who had been following behind Wu-ming, she followed by herself. Besides, it would not affect them much, so Wu-ming acquiesced. However, it seemed that it really did affect them. Along the way, Gudazi Doji and Matthew kept looking at Wu-ming strangely, as if they were shy, as if they were praising him, as if they were gratified. In short, it was that kind of strange look that Wu-ming could not put his finger on. The more Wu-ming Doji thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, so he asked Tamamo Mei, "Did you say something strange when you came here and met up with Tachika Doji and the others? Lord Salander, you're overthinking it. I merely politely introduced myself as your fiancé to you, Master." Tamamo Mei smiled elegantly at Wu-ming. Ah! Wu-ming Doji finally understood why Gudazi Doji and Matthew Doji were looking at him in such a way. "But I didn't say that I wanted you to be my fiancé. Forget it. Let's leave it at that for now." Seeing that it was because Tamamo Mei had fought the demon god Shuteng, Wu-ming Doji decided to take a loss and leave their relationship at that for the time being. Hello. Speaking of which, why is Ms. Nightingale here? Wu-ming asked Gudazi and the others behind him. Although Wu-ming's team of 6 had arranged themselves in a strict manner, Wu-ming, who was leading the way, and Kana, who was bringing up the rear, were only a few meters away from Gudazi. Therefore, Wu-ming didn't need to raise his voice or wait until he was close enough. He could just ask directly. "Oh, you're talking about this problem. Actually, it's like this." Gudazi smiled and explained to Wu-ming. After Wu-ming heard this, he began to have some doubts about luck. That night, Wu-ming instigated Nightingale to perform an amputation operation on Achilles. Achilles was already fed up with the berserker, so he ran away. Naturally, Nightingale let go of this excellent amputation material and chased after him. The two chased each other on the land southeast of the Missouri River that was not under the influence of Rome and Greece. In this way, Nightingale chased after Achilles for a few days, but in the end, Achilles was more skillful and escaped Nightingale's pursuit. After all, he was a cavalry. Nightingale, on the other hand, could not find her target, so she began to save others along the way. For some reason, ordinary natives, soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, and so on were still wandering. Humans were not to be underestimated. Even in an era where the 5 forces were divided, humans could survive on their own. The location of Denver was not so much located in the Rocky Mountains, but more accurately, It was located at the foot of the Rocky Mountains. In other words, the terrain was not high. Coincidentally, Nightingale's original location was south of Riverton and north of Denver. In this way, if she walked a little further south, Nightingale would not be far from Denver. Coincidentally, Shutendoji's poison was a pathogen for Nightingale. After feeling the poison blown away by the explosion between Wuming and Ibaraki Doji's noble artifacts, Nightingale came to Denver with her obsession as a berserker. Since most of the poison in Denver had been blown away, Nightingale was able to find people or things that were more poisonous at the moment. And there was no doubt that Shutendoji was that poison. Then, Nightingale came to Gudazi's side and used her noble artifact to resist Shutendoji's poison. What happened later, Wuming also knew about it. With her obsession as a pathogen, Nightingale, as a berserker, found Gudazi just like that. Wuming could only smile and say, "That's really, as expected of a berserker." Chapter 520. Wuming's group didn't waste any more time. In just an hour, they arrived at Riverton. This included Kana from the American faction and Tamamo no Mae from the Japanese faction. After all, the two of them were now on the same side, and Wuming didn't think it was a secret that Riverton was a gathering place for followers, so he brought them there. After returning to Riverton, Wuming briefly told Charon and Geronimo about what they had done, including how they were accidentally found by Nightingale, Kana's support, and how Tamamo no Mae had joined Wuming. Of course, when he introduced Tamamo no Mae, he introduced her as a partner. Although Wuming did benefit from Tamamo no Mae, there was no such thing as giving one's body in return for a favor, let alone a man giving his body to a woman. Although Wuming was a bit thick-skinned, he wouldn't do such a shameless thing. Asterisk cough cough asterisk let's not talk about other things, but with Kana joining us, we are already a lot stronger. After listening to Wuming's explanation, Kana nodded affirmatively. As an existence on the same level as his own disciple, Kana's strength could be said to be the best. Coupled with the memory of the Battle of the 14 Horsemen, Kana was relieved that this once troublesome enemy had become an ally. Sure enough, you also remember the Battle of the Holy Grail. Kana wasn't surprised to see that Kana knew him. Kana didn't think that he was special. Since he could remember the Battle of the 14 Horsemen, then the other followers in the Battle of the 14 Horsemen would certainly remember him. Hearing Kana's words, Kana smiled at Kana to show his friendliness. At this time, Wuming looked around and found that something was wrong. By the way, aren't there some people missing? Wuming looked at the followers in the room. It was obvious that there were some people missing. As for Elizabeth and the others, they ran into a little trouble. It's fine. Gudazi coughed awkwardly. At this moment, Gudazi was extremely embarrassed, and Matthew was beside her, looking like he was ready for battle. This made Wuming wonder if Gudazi had a moral crisis just now. When Wuming told Geronimo and Karen what happened, Gudazi was attacked by Kyoheim. After that, Elizabeth, Robin Hood, and Billy Boy threw themselves at Gudazi and shouted, "Lady and Jeanne! Lady and Jeanne!" Kyoheim was taken away, and the scene of Gudazi being tightly protected by Matthew appeared. As if he had thought of something, Wuming no longer asked about it. Then, he asked about another person. What about Rama? He won't find trouble with Greece. Other than Elizabeth and a few other servants in the team, Wuming found it strange that Romo, the wounded, was not here. After a few days of rest, it was reasonable to say that Rama had almost recovered. Because of this, Rama should be here in such a situation. The only reason why Rama wasn't here was that he had gone to Greece to save his wife. That's right. Although Rama belongs to the ranks of the lone followers, the king is proud and arrogant. From the beginning, he had been searching for Saido alone and did not accept our help. If it weren't for your serious injuries, we wouldn't have met again, Charon explained. And through this lesson, the king has also thought it through. He is no longer alone and has decided to join us, Geronimo added. And then he went alone again. Wuming wondered. Wasn't it obvious? Although he decided to go with everyone, in the end, he still went to Greece alone. However, Charon shook his head. This time, he was not alone. Achilles went with him. In other words, after Achilles got rid of Nightingale, he returned to Riverton. Then, under Rama's strong desire, he listened to his teacher and accompanied Rama to Greece. Spartacus also went with them. Geronimo added and smiled. Wu Ming instantly understood Geronimo's smile and felt a little embarrassed. If Geronimo hadn't mentioned it, Wu Ming would have forgotten about him. Back then, he had used the pseudo-heavenly lock to tie Spartacus up and threw him into the woods. It seemed that Spartacus was finally found by Charon and the others. As for Wu Ming's pseudo-heavenly lock, it was estimated that its magic power had been exhausted and broken. After all, it had been used for a long time. Without Wu Ming's magic power to replenish it, it was normal for it to break. Anyway, Wu Ming did not feel bad about it. After all, he still had a few pseudo-heavenly locks in his spatial relics. Let's not talk about Spartacus for now. If Achilles went with them, I'm relieved. Wu Ming was relieved. He did not want Rama to be killed again. Although Achilles was easily tied up by Wu Ming's trick, as a demigod hero, Achilles was not to be underestimated. Not only did he have an almost invincible defense like Kana, but he also had many relics. For example, Achilles' shield alone was enough to block the most powerful relics of Kana and Wu Ming, which were comparable to natural disasters. Of course, although it would break after blocking for a while, it was enough for a battle that could end in a few seconds. Since Rama and the others have gone to Greece, let's work on both sides. Whether it was Charon, Geronimo, Nightingale, or Kana and Tamamonome, they all understood what Wu Ming meant. Hey, are we going to have a final battle? Gudazi also understood what Wu Ming meant. She was shocked. That's right. Wu Ming decided to end the mutation of this singularity as soon as possible. With the Celtic forces, the American forces, and the Lone Follower forces joining forces, and the Japanese forces withdrawing, Wu Ming felt that now was the best time to destroy both Greece and Rome. Wu Ming had always felt that the trap set by the Magician King at this singularity was not that simple. He felt that Shutendoji was not the only one who knew Wu Ming's identity and was targeting Wu Ming. The longer this dragged on, the more Wu Ming felt that something was going to happen. Charon, Geronimo, what do you think? Wu Ming asked the two of them who were acting as the wise ones. I think we should slow down a little. After all, Rama and the others just left yesterday. They should be in Greece now, Geronimo said calmly. However, Charon expressed a different opinion. I agree with Salander, but I suggest we only attack one of the forces for now. Chapter 521. Immediately afterward, Charon began to analyze. And as far as we can see, our three-party cooperation can cause an overwhelming force to one of them, but if we deal with both forces at the same time, we will inevitably be suppressed by both sides. After all, although we have a large number of servants, if we deal with both forces at the same time, we will have to split up. Whether it's Greece or Rome, I don't think I'm a pushover, so I think we are likely to suffer losses. Wu Ming nodded. Charon was right. If Wu Ming was not included, it could be calculated like this. The leader of the Celts, Maeve, had 3 servants, Finn, Dilmaud, and the unknown Indian servant. Needless to say, Maeve and the other Celtic servants were not weak. Although Silent Wonder had never seen the Indian servant before, he knew that the Celts were quite powerful since they were related to Rama. The American forces only had 3 servants. Needless to say, the leader Edison was very weak, and Helena could only be an auxiliary mage. The two's combat power was not high, only Ghana was strong, so they did not dare to act rashly. The leader of the lone servant force could be said to be Gudazi, and there were a lot of servants: Matthew, Achilles, Charon, Geronimo, Robin Hood, Billy Boy, Keoheim, Elizabeth, Spartacus, and Rama. As for Tamamo no Mae, she was temporarily assigned to the lone servant force. Although they had the largest number of servants, there were not many who had strong combat power. Strictly speaking, only Achilles, Charon, and Rama had first-line combat power, and the rest, whether it was Geronimo, Robin Hood, or even Billy Boy, they were not strong. As for Keoheim and Elizabeth, well, if they were compared to Wu Ming, Ghana, and others, they would be honest mascots. Well, if Kiyoheim didn't shout Anjin-sama and Elizabeth didn't sing, they would become very popular. Tamamonome's words were mentioned before. If she was summoned as a berserker or some other job rank, Tamamonome would be able to unleash the terrifying power of one of the three great monsters. But now, she was just an ordinary witch fox. Lastly, if Spartacus could release his noble phantasm, he would be a very good troublemaker. However, he would be tied up in a few moves, so he could not be counted on. Moreover, even if he did release a precious artifact, it would be self-destructing, and the price would be too great. Didn't you see that Caligula's berserker, who didn't have any powerful abilities, was stabbed by a noble phantasm? Although it was inappropriate to say so, in the face of a top-level servant like Wuming was certain that no one present, not even Karen, would be able to survive if they fought with their lives on the line. Although it seemed like Wuming was a little arrogant, unfortunately, this was the truth. Ka Rong is right. Since that's the case, let's split into two teams. Wuming decided to eliminate one of the forces first, and then attack the remaining forces. Immediately afterward, Wuming told everyone about his opportunity. They were still divided into two teams. The first team was led by Karen and Geronimo. Robin Hood, Billy Boy, Kiyoheim, Elizabeth, plus Edison and Helena, a total of 8 people. Their task was to go to the Roman camp and use all kinds of tricks to distract the Roman forces. The purpose was to delay the Roman forces and have no time to deal with the Greek forces. The Greek forces, on the other hand, were led by Wuming and other powerful servants to form the second team to eliminate them. Wuming returned to Washington first, and then led Maeve, Finn, and Dilmo to Greece. Kana, on the other hand, was to join Rama, Achilles, and Spartacus to attack the Greek forces together with the Celtic forces brought by Wuming. For now, the Greek forces were much more difficult to deal with than the Roman forces. The Arcadian huntress, the divine magician, and the demigod hero were all stronger than the less mysterious Caesar, Cleopatra, and the others. Because of this, Wuming decided to gather powerful forces to eliminate the Greek forces first, and then attack the Roman forces. When Wuming and the other servants of the second team attacked the Greek forces, Karen would lead the first team to entangle the Roman forces. Facing the less mysterious Roman forces, Wuming believed that Karen and the others would not suffer any casualties. After all, they did not have to fight with their lives on the line. They just had to interfere with the Roman forces. That's a good plan. After all, even if we go to Greece with the second team, we won't be able to do much. It's better to go to Rome to interfere. Karen agreed with the plan. The rest of the servants, Geronimo, Tamamo, and Kana, also had no objections. At this time, Gudazi spoke. That. Matthew and I. Gudazi asked weakly. Matthew also nodded. They could not contact Chaldea at the moment, so Gudazi and the others could only decide what to do next for the time being. Wuming pondered for a moment, then said, Tachika and Matthew, I originally wanted you to go with Karen, but as the master, I have to ask for your opinion, so you can choose which team to follow. After hearing Wuming's words, Gudazi and Matthew looked at each other. But it didn't take long for Gudazi to speak under Matthew's affirmative gaze. Matthew and I will follow Teacher Ma's team. Then, Gudazi stated her reason. After all, you have to fight for your life. If Matthew and I go, it may cause trouble for you. After all, Matthew is not good at attacking. Let Matthew and I go to Rome to interfere. Gudazi said to Wuming with a smile. Although Gudazi wanted to go with Wuming, she knew that she was a human master, and her servant Matthew was only a defensive type. Following Wuming and the others' attack team would inevitably cause trouble. Therefore, Gudazi suppressed her desire and chose to go with Karen and the others to Rome. It's really hard for you, Tachika. It's great that you can think like this, Wuming said as he touched Gudazi's little head. Although Wuming could also protect Gudazi, he was always somewhat restrained. Therefore, Wuming was really pleased that Gudazi could choose to follow Karen to Rome. It's nothing. I think if the doctor and the director were here, they would let me choose a team. Gudazi smiled slightly, enjoying Wuming's touch. Retracting his hand, Wu Ming looked at everyone. Since the task has been assigned, then I will leave first. I will inform Edison to meet you here later. At that time, I will use Edison's communicator to talk to you. Later, Geronimo informed Elisabeth and others of the plan. They naturally had no objection, and they were quite excited. Especially after Kiyoheim knew that she and Gudazi were in the same team. In this way, Wu Ming and Kana left together, and everyone was preparing for the upcoming battle. Then, Maeve hugged one of Wu Ming's arms and said with a smile, "It's good that you're back." If there were outsiders here, they would probably be scared to death by Maeve's behavior. Therefore, the cold, arrogant queen who didn't treat men as humans had become so gentle. She was many times gentler than before Wu Ming left. Even Wu Ming was shocked. Was it because they hadn't seen each other for a long time that led to the release of mental stress? Ahem. In layman's terms, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Wu Ming sat on the president's chair without the slightest bit of guilt. The poor president had already died. Wu Ming hugged Maeve, who was sitting on his lap, and began to tell her about his experience. Maeve, on the other hand, was listening attentively, her big eyes sparkling. In other words, as long as we join forces with the American forces and followers to eradicate Greece and Rome, we will win. Maeve smiled sweetly. Wu Ming nodded. Then he asked Maeve a little strangely, "Maeve, why are you so happy today?" Wu Ming asked. Since she came in, she had been very gentle until now. She was much gentler than the Maeve from a few days ago. Of course, she was still not as gentle as an ordinary girl, but this was not easy for Maeve. You can't expect a queen to be gentle. This was already a very gentle level for Maeve. Facing Wu Ming's puzzled question, Maeve hugged Wu Ming's neck and looked at Wu Ming's face and said happily. Because Sai took off her helmet. When Maeve said this, Wu Ming realized that he didn't wear his helmet anymore. No one knew when it started, but Wu Ming had taken off his helmet and maintained the appearance of only wearing white armor. Wu Ming would only close his helmet during the battle, but once the battle was over, he would take it off again. Although Wu Ming was used to it, Maeve was not. She had never seen Wu Ming's true face in this singularity. Of course, it didn't mean that Wu Ming covered his true face to make Maeve suspicious. After all, no matter who it was, if their lover always covered their face with a mask when they were with their other half, the other half would be very depressed if they couldn't see their lover's face. So, I won't wear a helmet in the future, how about that? Without apologizing, Wu Ming asked with a smile. With the relationship between the two, there was no need for an apology. Yeah, but no matter what, I like little Sai Tilda. Maeve gently leaned in Wu Ming's arms and enjoyed this moment of peace. Wu Ming gently patted Maeve's back and enjoyed a moment of peace with Maeve. Sure enough, Maeve is actually just a little girl who lacks love. After a moment of tenderness, Wu Ming and Maeve left the office. After all, there was no time to lose. It was better to mobilize the troops and start the final battle. By the way, Sai, that Indian servant left our side. Left? What happened? Although leaving a servant was not a big deal for the current situation, Wu Ming still wanted to know the inside story. That servant is the hero of India, a tuner. He temporarily joined us on the grounds of following us to find Kana. Soon after he left. Wu Ming was taken aback. A tuner's mortal enemy was Kana. It seemed that he was still very persistent after death. No wonder he had some relationship with Rama. Rama was the seventh incarnation of Vishnu. Vishnu's sixth incarnation was the axe-wielding Rama, who appeared in the Mahabharata. It had some relationship with a tuner. But more importantly, the axe-wielding Rama was Kana's teacher. Kana's spear was transformed from the axe-wielding Rama's eternal blade. Wu Ming's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Kana won't meet a tuner halfway, right? Chapter 523. Maeve, gather Finn and the others and head to Chicago. I'll go check on Riverton. I have a feeling that Ajo and Kana have met. When it came to serious matters, Maeve was not ambiguous at all and immediately nodded. Wu-ming opened a portal and walked in. After Maeve saw Wu-ming leave, she reverted from a pretty girl to an incomparably domineering queen. She then gave an order to the Wu-ming guards outside. All troops, head to Chicago. Outside Riverton town, a dark purple teleportation gate appeared. Wu-ming walked out. Although Wu-ming was going to Riverton, Wu-ming chose the place where he and Kana had parted. Wu-ming looked in the direction Kana had left. Lightning and fire kept appearing in the sky there. Wu-ming immediately took out his communication device and contacted Edison. Even if Kana and Ajo met, they wouldn't be able to determine the winner in a short time. "Hello, this is Thomas Edison." The Lionhead's deep voice came from Wu-ming's communication device. Listening to Edison's incomparably serious voice, Wu-ming was amused. Could you imagine a giant lion head seriously talking on the phone? "I'm Siren, President Edison." Wu-ming then told Edison to attack this place. Wu-ming also told Edison that Kana was with him. "Understood. I'll go to Riverton with Lady Helena immediately with the mechanical infantry," Edison said seriously. Edison said solemnly and then hung up the communication device. Wu-ming smiled helplessly and put the communication device away. Wu-ming didn't go back to Riverton. Instead, he ran toward Kana. East of Riverton, in the Missouri River Basin. At this moment, two godlike figures were fighting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several bolts of lightning shot towards the running Kana from the top of a small hill. Bang, bang. Kana swung his spear and deflected the lightning arrows. The falling bolts exploded on the ground, creating many craters. Then, Kana condensed mana on his spear and swept it toward the small hill in front of him. Crack. Boom. Like cutting vegetables, the small hill in front of Kana was cut in half and then exploded by the mana contained in it. A dark-skinned figure flew up from the small mound, holding a strange bow in his hands. There was no doubt that the arrow that had attacked Kana was shot by him, and it had to be Arju. Arju wasn't worried about losing her cover. In the air, Arju stood upside down and raised her bow. Kana shot a few more arrows. 5 lightning bolts attracted each other and shot toward Kana in the shape of a pentagram. This time, Kana didn't use his gun to knock away the arrows. Instead, he jumped at the moment the pentagon-shaped arrows were shot at him. Boom. The bolts landed on the ground, and the ground exploded. The strong wind blew Kana's white hair. Kana stood up and looked at Ajo, who had landed on the ground. While Kana was dodging the pentagram arrow, Arjona took advantage of the opportunity to flip over and adjust his position before landing steadily on the ground. Kana and Ajo stood opposite each other in the distance, giving off the feeling that they were about to negotiate. But unfortunately, neither Arzu nor Kana had the intention to speak. Ajo raised his bow and shot at Kana crazily with mana bolts. Kana, on the other hand, sprinted toward Arju, swinging the indestructible blade in his hand to deflect the arrows. From the moment they met, they hadn't said a word and had been fighting the entire time. The surroundings were full of holes from their battle. It was like a natural disaster. That was what Wu-ming thought when he arrived. Seeing the two fighting again, Wu-ming sighed. "That black guy is Ajo?" Wu-ming asked in surprise. Ajo seemed to have heard him and glanced at Wu-ming. However, compared to Wu-ming, Kana seemed to be more attractive to him. Wu-ming smiled awkwardly. After all, he was caught talking bad about Ajo. However, Wu-ming didn't expect Ajo to be a black guy. Wu-ming didn't try to hide his presence. Therefore, not only Ajo, but Kana also noticed Wu-ming when Wu-ming arrived. However, because he was fighting with Ajo, Kana didn't greet Wu-ming. Both of them didn't care about the others around them and only cared about each other. While they were fighting, Wu-ming shook his head and got rid of the thought that Ajo was a black guy. Then, Wu-ming stretched out his hand and a holy light spear appeared. Mythical Yggdrasil. Whoosh. Along with the sound of a relic being released, Wu-ming threw out a small but bright light needle. Kana and Aju, who were in the middle of their battle, naturally discovered the needle of light. Furthermore, they sensed a considerable threat from it and hurriedly retreated. Poof! The light needle disappeared as soon as it pierced the ground, leaving a small but bottomless hole and a sound when it pierced the ground. Wu Ming learned this move from the Star Cup's consciousness. By condensing the Holy Spear, although the attack range was reduced, the power was increased. Otherwise, Kana and Ajo wouldn't have dodged in a hurry. Instead, they would have used their weapons to deflect Wu Ming's light needle. However, the current result was what Wu Ming wanted. Wu Ming didn't want the Holy Spear to turn into a powerful light cannon. This time, he only used it to interrupt the battle between Kana and Ajo. Wu Ming dashed forward and came to Kana's side. Although Kana and Ajo had separated, their eyes were still fixed on each other. This made Wu Ming wonder if there was some unspeakable gay relationship between the two of them. Can't we not fight? Wu Ming didn't ask anything else and just asked this question. After all, they were about to start a war with the Greek forces. It would be difficult for them to lose a top fighter like Kana. I'm afraid not. Ajo and I are mortal enemies. I don't want to fight, but it seems that Ajo wants to defeat me. I'm afraid I can't help you. After hearing Kana's words, Wu Ming looked at Ajo. Wu Ming saw that Ajo's eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit and an incomparably persistent desire. It was obvious that he wouldn't let Kana go. There were only two ways to deal with Ajo. The first was to let Kana and Ajo fight. After all, if Wu Ming forcibly took Kana away, Ajo would definitely chase after him. Since Ajo could join the Celtic side because of Kana, it wasn't impossible for him to join the Greek side because of Kana. The Greek side would definitely warmly welcome a powerhouse who only wanted to fight Kana. While Wu Ming was thinking, Ajo was already impatient. What? You want to fight 2 against 1? Even if that's the case, it doesn't matter. Fight me, Kana. Chapter 524. After Arju finished speaking, she released her magic in a very imposing manner, causing the surrounding ground to crack. At this moment, Wu Ming finally had a chance to size up Arjona. Although his skin was dark, it revealed an incomparably healthy luster. Dressed in blue and white Indian Brahmin aristocratic clothes, this dark young man was full of character. Plus, he had a cold expression on his face. Wu Ming believed that ordinary girls in the modern world would definitely be smitten by Arjona. Wu Ming looked at Kana as if he had suddenly realized something. Was it because Kana was fairer than Arjona that Arjona was so stubborn about fighting him? I feel like you're thinking about something very rude, Kana said indifferently without even looking at Wu Ming. You're overthinking it, Wu Ming replied awkwardly. Of course he was joking. Wu Ming could understand why Arjona was pestering Kana. They were evenly matched, but because the opponent was in a difficult situation, Arjona, who had once sworn that he would not attack the opponent when the opponent was in a difficult situation, made his move. Even though Arjona's guidance was involved, in the end, Arjona still shot the arrow himself. That was the arrow that ended Kana's life, and also the arrow that would make Arjona suffer for the rest of his life. The hero Arjona had actually wanted to kill his archenemy in a murderous manner. That was too degrading. Although justice always belonged to the victor, Arjona still felt uneasy. Therefore, after turning into a heroic spirit, his wish was to fight Kana and defeat him with his own strength. Wu Ming had also thought it through. Let Kana and Arjona fight. After all, even if Wu Ming took Kana away, they would still end up fighting in the end. As for killing Arjona with Kana, Wu Ming had thought about it before, but first of all, it was inhumane, and second of all, this place was neither close nor far from Chicago. It would cause trouble sooner or later. Then, Wu Ming opened a portal. After exchanging a few words with Kana, Kana nodded. Then, he glanced at Ajo and walked in. Kana, don't even think about escaping. Azu roared angrily. Don't worry, Achuna. Kana only left the Missouri River basin. He only went to the northwest of the Cordillera Mountains. After all, there are few people there. You won't be disturbed. Then, Wu Ming moved the portal and pushed it in front of Aju. You can find Kana again through this portal. Of course, you can choose not to trust me. The choice is yours. Wu Ming smiled, indicating that he meant no harm. However, in Aju's eyes, This smile was extremely evil. He was having a good fight with his opponent, and you sent his opponent running away as soon as you arrived. Now you're even smiling. No matter how you look at it, it's a smile that's asking for a beating. Unfortunately, Wu Ming's charm wasn't as great as Kana's. Arju merely looked at Wu Ming deeply and then entered the portal. Of course, Wu Ming wouldn't play any tricks. At this moment, Kana and Arju were indeed in the northwest of the Cordillera Mountains. Then, Wu Ming took out his communication device and sent a message to Edison. Kana and Arju are fighting to the death in the northwest of the Cordillera Mountains. You must avoid that place. Pass through Denver from the south and meet up with Chaldea's master in Riverton. After a while, Edison sent back a message. Putting away the communication device, Wu Ming took Kana's place and continued running toward Chicago. Let the two of them fight it out. By the time the victor is decided, Silent Wonder would have collected all 4 holy grails. The sun set in the west, and night gradually fell. Des Moines, a town on the Mississippi plains that was neither too far nor too close to Chicago. Because of the war, there weren't many people in the town. Also, because the sun had just set, there were only a few passers-by on the road. They all had bitter expressions and frowns. Some of the houses were damaged, and some were directly abandoned. No one cared about them. However, because this place was under the influence of Greece, it was relatively peaceful. Suddenly, a green figure flashed past like a shooting star. This made one of the passers-by wonder if he was hallucinating because of his long-term nervousness, or if he had run into a ghost. Although the sun had just set, it was still considered night. Not wanting to think about it anymore, the passers-by quickened his pace and left. In every abandoned house in Des Moines, a red-haired young man stood in a house without any light, looking out the window from time to time. This person was Rama. Following the appearance of a green figure, Achilles appeared in front of Rama. "How is it?" Rama asked. "I've found out. Those people have all gathered in Chicago because of a big hole in their spaceship. They haven't moved yet," Achilles said, rather displeased. "Speaking of which, we should just attack them directly. Is there a need to be so cautious?" Even Spartacus, who had been trying to attack Rama for some unknown reason, was released by Rama for being a hindrance. Well, actually, Rama just let him go with the flow. It would be best if he could affect the Greek side. After what happened before, I understand that if I want to take back Zedo, I won't be able to do it rashly. I might even be killed. Rama closed his eyes and explained to Achilles. This was also the reason why Rama asked Achilles to scout for information. But why didn't he go himself? Achilles was the fastest to run. "I deserve to die. However, I can't die. I can't let Zedo suffer. I must take back Zedo. Before that, I must not die." Rama clenched his fist tightly. The metal gauntlet on his arm made a creaking sound because of Rama's strength. It could be seen how turbulent Rama's heart was. As expected, I still don't know anything about love. Can't we just fight our way through the enemy? Achilles pouted and complained. Even so, Achilles still followed Rama's instructions to scout for information. Charon had told him that Achilles must listen to Rama's instructions and not charge into the enemy's base alone. As a teacher, Charon naturally had ways to make his disciple obedient. After all, this was the talent of a teacher. After that, Achilles could only grumble helplessly before following Rama over. If that's the case, then what should we do next? Achilles dug his ears and asked Rama. "Attack." Rama paused for a moment and said, "Huh." Achilles suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Otherwise, there was something wrong with the young king in front of him. Achilles thought, "You must be kidding, brother." Chapter 525. Without paying attention to Achilles' expression, Rama explained the reason. "At present, there is no monkey army to help me. The only servants who can fight are you and me. Therefore, attacking is the most reliable method at present." Rama said sadly. When he thought that Sido might have been killed, Rama's heart was full of uneasiness. The young Rama still had the courage to be foolish. After Rama finished speaking, Achilles' forehead showed the word V. Isn't that the same as my previous proposal? Achilles thought with a broken heart. Suddenly, a voice came. I think you'd better wait a little bit. Who is it? Whether it was Achilles or Rama, they took out their weapons and were vigilant. Don't be nervous. Then, accompanied by an optical camouflage illusion, Wu Ming's figure appeared in a corner of the dim room. Wu Ming said that the technology of the Mecha clan was still useful. It's you. Achilles was quite upset, then he put down his meteor lance. The Celtic Saint King? Rama was surprised, but after seeing that it was Wu Ming, he calmed down. After knowing that Wu Ming was also a king, although it was a pirated version, Rama's impression of Wu Ming became very good. Of course, a good impression was a good impression, and the fact that Wu Ming injured him could be forgiven. However, Rama still remembered the crime of negligently allowing his men to imprison Saido. Although they reconciled, they still had to remember the grudge. This was the young King Rama's decision in the face of Saido's matter. Rama, who was like a child throwing a tantrum, was not noble. As long as it concerned Saido, then Rama would not give in. Why did you come here alone? Where is the master of Chaldea? After all, he was also Rama's savior, so Rama naturally cared about him. Don't worry, Edison has agreed to join forces with us. On the way back, we have joined forces with Kana to eliminate the Shutendoji who had gathered in Japan. Then, Wu Ming briefly explained to the two of them why Kana was a member of the United States, what they had been doing during this period of time, and their next plan. I didn't expect Lancer to join Edison's camp. Life is really unpredictable. Achilles sighed. In the previous memory, they were clearly teammates, but in the end, they became enemies again. But in any case, because of the alliance, they became teammates again. That person is a hero who gave arms. It's not strange for him to have such decisiveness, Rama said calmly. Although he and Kana did not come from the same story, Rama knew quite a bit about the hero who gave arms. But I didn't expect the heaven-bestowed hero Arju to appear at this singularity. Rama shook his head. Because of Wu Ming's explanation, the two also knew that Arjuna had been fighting Kana all this time. They both sighed with emotion. Not only did Rama temporarily lose a combat power, but he also sighed that these two old enemies who loved and hated each other could appear at this singularity at the same time. That's why this is the Holy Grail. Such a miracle can also happen. Achilles smiled softly, thinking about how he and Sensei appeared together. After hearing Achilles' words, Wu Ming smiled. Because of this, Rama, you can also meet Saido at this singularity, just like Kana and Arju. These were all miracles brought about by the Holy Grail. Rama did not deny it at all and nodded seriously. Although I still can't meet Saido, as long as I know that she's still on this continent, I feel extremely at ease. Because Rama intervened in the Battle of the Monkeys and killed the enemy monkey, the dead monkey's wife put a curse on him. Even if you take back your wife, you can't really meet her. Because of this parting curse, Rama and Saido were separated again in the end, and it was a separation of life and death. This curse still accompanied the two. As long as they were too close to each other, one of them would gradually become weak, faint, and lose power until one of them left. Even if there's a curse, I will definitely find Saido. Rama said angrily. Even with such a curse, Rama still pursued Saido without hesitation, even if it meant death. If that's the case, then you should listen to me and wait for a while. During Wu Ming's explanation, he also told the two of them about the joint attack of the American forces, the Lone Follower forces, and the Celtic forces on the remaining two forces. If that's the case, I can wait. Anyway, I've been waiting for a day. Rama put away the eternal blade and sat cross-legged on the ground. TSK, really, both of them are so difficult to understand. Achilles complained as he walked to another room. Wu Ming smiled helplessly, although he asked Romoti. By the way, why didn't I see Spartacus? Wu Ming found Rama and Achilles through mana perception, but Wu Ming didn't find Spartacus mana in the surroundings. Could it be that he was already killed? Wu Ming thought mischievously. That traitor, I have already banished him. Rama answered, wooing rather unhappily. Banished. Could it be that Spartacus was attracted by the king follower and attacked Rama, but was then driven away by Rama? Wooing looked at Rama's rather unhappy expression and thought that it must be so. Forget it, I'll go find him. I don't want him to ruin my plan. After that, Rama and Achilles continued to stay in Demorin, while Wooing left and embarked on the path to find the traitor. Although Spartacus' dexterity was D, even so, he was much faster than ordinary people. Therefore, he must hurry up and find him. If he was discovered or even captured by the Greek forces, although it wouldn't cause a big impact, he was afraid that he would be used against Wooing and the others. First of all, Wooing looked for traces of Spartacus near Chicago. Of course, Wooing activated the Triumph armor and the assassin mode, so it wasn't easy to find him. Then he found some traces of Spartacus. Could it be that he was really captured? Wooing said helplessly. At this time, Wooing suddenly found another mana, which was the mana of someone Wooing had seen before. Does this mean that he wants me to go there? Wooing felt that the other party didn't have the slightest trace of concealment. He speculated that the other party was trying to attract him. Not afraid that it was a trap, Wooing quietly moved toward that place. Chapter 526. In just a few seconds, Wooing came to a small high ground where a girl with beast ears holding a bow stood there. She seemed to be admiring the moon. After Wooing saw the girl with beast ears, he also let go of the unnecessary vigilance in his heart, lifted the magic version of optical camouflage, and slowly walked out of the shadows. Since it's you, I don't think this is a trap, Atalanta. After Wooing finished speaking, the girl with beast ears turned around. This person was the famous huntress of Greece, Atalanta. You really believe me? You know I'm a huntress, Saber. Without looking back, Atalanta just closed her eyes and said in a flat tone. Since you call me Saber, then you must have the memory of the battle of the 14 horsemen. I don't think you will repay kindness with ingratitude. Wooing chuckled. Indeed, the only saber that Wooing had ever served as was Sodric during the battle of the 14 horsemen, which also showed that Atalanta had that memory. And because Wooing freed Black Assassin Jack the Ripper, Atalanta owed Wooing a favor. It could be said that when the Argo encountered Wooing before, Atalanta pretended not to know Wooing and did not expose Wooing's information, which was considered as returning the favor. However, it did not mean that there was no friendship between the two after the favor was returned. And now, Atalanta contacted Wooing, which was the embodiment of this friendship. If you call me over like this, won't it attract Ison's attention? Although I don't know him, I don't think that guy is very generous. Wooing walked to Atalanta's side and looked at the moon side by side. Although Ison is indeed a useless guy, it is because of this that he will trust me completely and send me out to search the surroundings alone. However, it was also because Atalanta was suitable for investigation that Ison sent her here. So, in other words, Spartacus was really caught by you. Otherwise, why would he send Atalanta to scout for no reason? Wooing really didn't know Ison, but through historical records, in Wooming's opinion, with Ison's timid temperament, he should keep all his combat power by his side. Unless there was a special situation. And Wooing didn't think that Atalanta was sent by Ison. It was Demetrius who spoke to Ison, so Ison sent me out. Sure enough. Wooing nodded and then continued to ask. So, tell me the specific information about the Greek side. Immediately afterward, Atalanta briefly told Wooing about the servants on the Greek side. The leader of the Greek side, or rather, the person who obtained the Holy Grail, was Ison. Therefore, the Search Argo was Ison's precious artifact. The other servants on the Greek side were Archer Atalanta, Caster Medea, Berserker Hercules, Lancer Hector, and the captive archer Zedo. That guy seemed to have told Ison that as long as he defeated the other forces and seized all 4 Holy Grails, he would be able to establish a country on this land that was separate from human history and would not be burned down by reason. Then, like a fanatic, Ison began to fight for hegemony, Atalanta said with a disdainful look on her face. He didn't know if she was mocking the Magic King or mocking Ison for believing the Magic King who had cheated him so easily. I really don't know what Ison is thinking. Back at the second singularity, he was already tricked by the Magus King. Even though it was with the help of Demetrius. Wu Ming didn't know about this, and Atalanta didn't care whether Ison was deceived or not, so they stopped talking about this topic. Well, I have understood the specific situation. So, why did you capture Zedo? How could you threaten Rama with this? Isn't it a bit ridiculous? Rama might be controlled by others, but it was impossible for him to completely surrender to Ison. Moreover, Zedo could take the initiative to die for the people when Rama was old. Perhaps when Ison threatened Rama with this, Zedo would choose to commit suicide. In short, it was impossible. That guy did have such an idea. Atalanta said helplessly and disdainfully. Oh, I overestimated Ison. Wu Ming also smiled, but his smile was quite sarcastic. However, you can completely leave Ison's side. Why did you choose to stay? After all, there were not only Greek forces on the mainland. Wu Ming did not think that Atalanta would stubbornly follow Ison's side. Atalanta was not a good person, but in the face of righteousness, she would not choose to follow Ison's side. Indeed, when I was in Oceanos, I left Ison's Argo, but this time is slightly different. Atalanta shook her head. As a person who once participated in the Argo, when I was summoned by Ison using the Holy Grail, I was bound to his Argo. I can't leave this side. To put it simply, there was a master who didn't have a command seal. But this is not the whole reason. The main point is that Ison has a way to summon the demon god pillar. Wu Ming frowned. Shutendoji, who held the Holy Grail, also summoned the demon god pillar. Could it be that servants with the Holy Grail could summon the demon god pillar? Then, could Maeve, who held the original Holy Grail of this singularity, also be able to, using the Holy Grail, you can use a servant's spiritual base to summon a demon god pillar, but the summoned demon god pillar is more like a possession than a summon. Atalanta continued. Possession. That is to say, the demon god pillar needs to devour a servant to be able to descend. Wu Ming remembered the Judge Haim who appeared when he defeated the demon god Shutendoji. He was afraid that the other party used the Judge Haim's spiritual base to summon the demon god pillar. Wu Ming's guess was right. Shutendoji used the unconscious Judge Haim as a medium to summon the demon god pillar. Because he used the Judge Haim's spiritual base, Shutendoji did not lose consciousness. She used the Holy Grail to split her consciousness in advance, and with the death of the main body as a trigger medium, she used the Judge Haim to summon the demon god pillar, and then fused a trace of consciousness in the Holy Grail with the demon god pillar. This was also the reason why the demon god Shutendoji made the sound of the demon god pillar and Shutendoji. Then, Ison captured Saido. This is also the reason why Ison captured Saido. If Saido can't make Roromo submit, then it means that he is useless. Naturally, he can use Saido to summon the demon god pillar. Atalanta's eyes were evil, as if she was ashamed to be in the same force as Ison. This is the most important reason why I didn't break away from the Greek forces. Chapter 527. Compared to breaking away from Greece, isn't it more suitable for you to lurk as an undercover agent? Wu Ming said for Atalanta. Atalanta nodded and then continued. Because I don't know how to be an undercover agent, I can be regarded as working for Ison wholeheartedly during this time, whether it's capturing Saido or obeying orders to kill other servants. That was also the reason why Atalanta did not hesitate to place a noble phantasm on Wu Ming. Since the Argo was destroyed by your shot, Ison has been keeping the Argo in Chicago for the past few days and embedded the Holy Grail in it. With Demetrius' help, the Argo has become a Grade A+ noble phantasm. It's more than enough to withstand the attack of a Grade A noble phantasm. Wu Ming smiled when he heard this. He was afraid that Ison was frightened by Wu Ming's shot, so he installed the Holy Grail directly on the Argo. However, because the Holy Grail was transferred from Chicago to the Argo, the Dragon Teeth soldiers could not be automatically mass-produced. These days, the Dragon Teeth soldiers were made by Demetrius herself. Not only the quality but also the quantity has decreased a lot. In several battles with Rome, we can be said to be at a disadvantage. Wu Ming suddenly realized that the Holy Grail still had a lot of drawbacks. It could not mass-produce soldiers on the Argo. But because of this, Aeson let me, Hector, and Hercules go to the battlefield together. We killed Julius Caesar and Cleopatra. At present, there are not many Roman servants left. Hearing this, Wu Ming's eyes lit up. This can be regarded as reducing the burden on us. Immediately afterward, Wu Ming told Atalanta about their plan to unite the three parties. I didn't expect you to be able to do this. Atalanta looked at Wu Ming deeply. Becoming the king of the Celts, destroying the Japanese forces, joining the American forces, and attacking Greece and Rome with the lone servant forces led by Master Chaldea. This really shocked Atalanta. If everything goes well, I'm afraid this singularity will be the fastest to solve among these singularities, Atalanta said thoughtfully. Atalanta herself had appeared at the second singularity before, so she naturally knew how quickly Gudazi had saved the singularity. Based on this, he speculated that the other singularities should be similar. Indeed. Counting from the time Li Xiong and the others entered this singularity, I'm afraid it hasn't even been a week. Although Wu Ming did not know how long it took Gudazi to solve the previous singularities, Roman had told Wu Ming that it had been more than half a year since the anthropogenic fever. In other words, on average, it would take more than a month and a half to deal with a singularity. If all went well, Gudazi would be able to resolve the singularity in less than a week. That was quite fast. While Wu Ming was thinking, Atalanta paused and spoke. By the way, is it okay to tell me about your chances? Atalanta meant nothing more than in case I'm a spy and deceived you or accidentally leak your information. However, Wu Ming chuckled and shook his head. It doesn't matter even if you are exposed. After all, our plan is considered an open conspiracy. Gudazi and the others' first team went to Rome. They did not expect to eradicate Rome, but it was enough to hold them back. Wu Ming and the others' second team would attack the Greek forces head-on. Before the attack, the Greek side would definitely notice something, so it did not matter if they were exposed or not. What's more, I don't think Atalanta is that kind of person. I believe that Atalanta, who loves children, no matter how her appearance changes, her inner heart is incomparably beautiful. With that said, Wu Ming reached out and touched Atalanta's beast ears. Because the distance was too close, Atalanta did not dodge and was caught by Wu Ming. Ha, ha. Atalanta was shocked and quickly jumped away. What are you doing, you rude guy? Atalanta blushed, hugged her beast ears, and stammered. Sorry, I've been interested in your beast ears for a long time. It was just a spur of the moment. Wu Ming apologized with a smile, but the hand that was still floating in the air showed that Wu Ming was still thinking about the touch of Atalanta's beast ears. Atalanta blushed, gritted her teeth, and gripped the sky bow fiercely. I have one more thing to ask of you. Wu Ming coughed and became serious. And it seemed that because Wu Ming had left a good impression on Atalanta, such a simple teasing was not enough to completely collapse the image built in Atalanta's heart. Atalanta touched the beast ears on her head, calmed her face, and nodded. But it was still very popular. Immediately afterward, Wu Ming made 2 runestones on the spot in front of Atalanta, but the runes on the runestones did not look like Lune runes. Immediately afterward, Wu Ming handed the 2 runestones to Atalanta. Hide these 2 runestones close to your body. Don't let Demetrius, the god magician, find them. After all, Kanagami magicians weren't the same as those weak magicians of modern times. Seeing Wu Ming's solemn face, she quickly took it and nodded solemnly. Then, because of the physical contact when she took the runestones, Atalanta blushed again. Even the night could not cover it. After all, there was moonlight. And with the pretentious serious expression, Atalanta was very cute at the moment. However, Wu Ming also knew that it was business, so he did not tease Atalanta anymore. When Aeson wants to use the Holy Grail to summon the demon god pillar, just pour your mana into these 2 runic stones. If possible, the closer you are to the Holy Grail, the better. Of course, I won't force you. Wu Ming instructed in a joking manner. I know. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. After Wu Ming nodded, Atalanta took 2 steps, but for some reason, she stopped again. By the way, Demetrius may have become the master of Spartacus. You know his noble phantasm. That self-explosion is not a joke. After all, Wu Ming and Atalanta both had memories of the battle between the 14 knights. Naturally, they remembered the power of Spartacus' noble phantasm during the battle between the 14 knights. Are you concerned about me? Why don't you let me touch your beast ears again? Wu Ming smiled mischievously. Atalanta's face turned red in an instant, and she quickly left here. After Atalanta left, Wu Ming's mischievous smile disappeared. Looking at the gradually rising moon, Wu Ming always felt uneasy. At this time, Wu Ming found that something was wrong. The sky is not normal. Chapter 528. People said that waiting was the longest, but it was not the case for the servants. After putting away the communication device with Edison, Wu Ming went to the window and looked at the moon. At that moment, the moon had reached the western sky. It should be 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Edison told me that they have met up with Tachika and the others and set off for Rome. Wu Ming said to the shadow behind him. Rama and Achilles came out from the shadow. Finally, it's going to start fighting. It's very uncomfortable to be here all the time. Achilles bit the bristlegrass that he found from God knows where. I'm just as upset as you are. As long as I think about fighting side by side with the Celtic servants, my heart is extremely irritated. Rama put one hand on the eternal blade on his waist, and the other hand clenched his fist. Wu Ming knew what Rama meant. The enemy who imprisoned his wife was now going to rescue his wife with the enemy. Rama's heart must be quite restless. After all, Rama and Wu Ming had reconciled, but he did not reconcile with the other Celtic servants. It could be said that if it were not for Wu Ming's repeated advice and a hint of pleading, Rama, the childish king, would definitely not agree. This time, I'm giving you face. Remember this, Humph. Rama snorted and turned his head. I think you're doing this for the sake of saving your wife. Of course, that sentence could only be thought. Wu Ming did not dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble this young king would cause? So, when will the Celtic servants arrive here? Achilles asked. Wu Ming smiled slightly. They have arrived. The moon was covered by clouds, and the earth fell into darkness. On the eastern plains outside Chicago, a large shadow moved toward Chicago with the help of the darkness. Atalanta stood on the city wall, her eyes focused. Even the moonless night could not cover the sharp eyes of the huntress. Celtic people? Atalanta said softly as if deep in thought. She then jumped, left the city wall, and returned to the city of Chicago. Without a doubt, she had gone to inform Ison. Tilda, it's time for me to come out. Defending the city is my specialty. Tilda. After Atalanta left, a middle-aged man carrying a javelin that was much longer than an ordinary javelin walked to the city wall. Gradually, a gust of wind blew, and the dark clouds in the sky that were blocking the moon were blown away. The moonlight illuminated the land. Countless soldiers with the same face advanced towards the city of Chicago in an orderly manner. Even Hector couldn't tell how many soldiers they had. The only 2 things that stood out from the rest were the 3 servants with weapons in their hands at the front of the army and the luxurious ox cart pulled by 2 divine bulls in the middle of the army. Aya, I didn't expect Queen Maeve to personally come to the battlefield. Hector scratched the back of his head, seemingly feeling helpless about the situation. Even though Greece had always been at war with Rome, it did not mean that they had never fought with the Celts. In fact, what Wu Ming didn't know was that whether it was the Celts, Greeks, or Romans, they had killed or injured each other. However, because it was only a battle between a single servant, the information was not circulated. Of course, from a general point of view, some information that was not so secret was still known. For example, the leader of the Celts was Maeve, because she never deliberately hid herself and even publicized it. Therefore, Hector concluded that Maeve must be sitting in the luxurious ox cart. For a woman like Maeve who thought highly of herself, it was natural for her to do such a thing. Of course, Hector didn't know Wooming's information. Not to mention that Wooming was summoned less than a week ago, Maeve didn't deliberately publicize it. Of course, this was Wooming's idea. Then those two spearmen must be Celtic warriors. Ah, how valiant. They didn't let a single dragonfangs go and quickly ambushed here. I wouldn't do something like that. Hector smiled bitterly as he spoke faintly. Just like what Hector said, Greasy's territory was full of dragon-fang soldiers, and the Celts were able to sneak into Chicago in the middle of the night without being discovered. This was undoubtedly due to the help of the servants. I really hope it's as simple as defending the city. Uncle is very clumsy about other things. After sighing, Hector began to command the dragonfang soldiers to prepare for the enemy's attack. Not far from Chicago, Finn waved his hand, and the entire army stopped in place as if they had received an order. This was the privilege of the Holy Grail's generals. Now, the enemy must have discovered us. The next command will be handed over to the Queen, Dilmond. Finn said lightly. Yes, my lord, I will go and greet the Queen. Dilmond bowed to Finn and then walked to the rear. Just as Dilmond said, he was ready to welcome the Queen's carriage. To be able to let the army arrive here without being discovered, your wisdom is really terrifying. Next, it's time to show my bravery. Fergus grinned. Finn had a good impression of this big guy. Well, after all, they were both Celts. Then I'll have to trouble the magic sword envoy to take the lead. In just a moment, the ox cart came from the center of the army to the front line. Artilda, we're here already, Finn. Good job. A noblewoman's voice came from the carriage pulled by the divine ox. Our army has arrived in Chicago, and the enemy has discovered us. So, when will His Royal Highness the Holy King appear? Finn asked politely. Your Holy King is on the other side of the city. I can feel it. In the carriage, Maeve took off her white silk gloves and looked at the bright red dragon-like pattern on the back of her hand formed by 3 command seals and smiled. Then, let's have Fergus break the city gate. No problem, right? Maeve said to Fergus outside the carriage. Of course, no problem. How can a Celtic man say no? After saying that, Fergus walked forward with the magic sword spiral sword on his shoulder. After the Holy Grail's treatment, Fergus had completely recovered, and now he was full of energy. On the city wall, Hector looked at the man walking forward with the magic sword. He had already guessed what he was going to do. He's going to attack the city with a noble artifact. What a headache. Then, when Hector noticed that Fergus' noble artifact was getting brighter and the magic power was getting thicker, Hector retreated. Uncle, you can't stop it. This is already a noble artifact that's comparable to a city's noble artifact. Let's escape first. Then, a rainbow-colored light exploded after Hector left the city wall. Chapter 529. Alright Tilda, I feel like I'm full of energy today. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with this shot. Fergus raised his neon sword and laughed. One had to know that the A and plus in A plus were not eye-catching individually, but when they were combined, it was no joke. Then hurry up. If it wasn't for your relic, I would have asked you to leave earlier. Maeve's impatient voice came from the carriage. Naturally, by leaving the stage, he meant that he had died. Also, although I don't mind you taking advantage of me verbally, I would be happy to see little Sai kill you. Oh, my apologies, Your Majesty. Don't worry, I'm sure His Majesty will be satisfied with this shot. I hope so. Maeve's lazy voice sounded. The neon sword in Fergus's hand began to glow. Fergus stabbed the neon sword into the ground. Khaled Bolg. In an instant, a rainbow-colored light extended from the neon sword to the city walls of Chicago. Boom! In an instant, a rainbow light burst out of the ground and blasted the city walls of Chicago. Countless Dragonfang soldiers were directly destroyed and turned into dust. Those Dragonfang soldiers that were lucky enough not to be turned into dust were also scattered into small pieces of bone. Ahahaha! This is truly spectacular. Fergus laughed heartily as he raised the rainbow sword. It had to be said that Fergus was really full of energy. After releasing the relic that doubled his power, he was still in high spirits. Finn and Dilmaud watched this scene calmly. After all, this scene was nothing to them. Maeve, who was sitting in her beloved chariot, nodded in satisfaction. Then, she gave an order. Everyone, attack. At this moment, an irrational roar was heard. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On the west side of Chicago, which was the opposite side of Maeve's army, Wu Ming, Rama, and Achilles arrived. When the three of them arrived, they saw the explosion on the east side of Chicago. That's the demonic sword envoy's precious artifact, Rama said. The person who understands a person the best is not his friend, but his opponent. Back then, Rama had fought Fergus to the death for the sake of Sido. Naturally, he knew about Fergus' noble artifact. That should be the case. Fergus' noble artifact was still vivid in Rama's mind. To be honest, I originally wanted to end that guy directly. At this moment, Wu Ming spoke. Both Rama and Achilles looked over. If there are no restrictions, he will do as he pleases. For a king, this kind of teammate is very annoying. Wu Ming smiled coldly. At this moment, Rama and Achilles finally felt the pressure brought about by Wu Ming. No matter how kind this guy was, he was still a berserker. No matter how close he was to the people, he was still a king. All in all, Wu Ming was not a kind man. He would not hesitate to do things that would bring him enough benefits. However, Wu Ming still had his own bottom line. As the origin dragon, Wu Ming would definitely become 10,000 times more noble than Gaia Alea in the future. He was destined to never be the same as an ordinary person, which was why he treated everything with reason. That was why people often said that the heavens were heartless. Moreover, have you ever seen Wu Ming hesitate or worry when he killed someone? Although it was a pity, why would a human feel sad when he crushed an ant to death? That was the reality. Take Nazalik for example. The people in it were all demons. If it was not for Wu Ming deliberately suppressing them, they would have been destroyed. However, Wu Ming would still not do anything to them. Firstly, they were Wu Ming's subordinates. Wu Ming had mistakenly entered and became the supreme king. Therefore, he had to be responsible. Secondly, if there was good, there would be evil. Wu Ming would not purposely punish the evil. Cough cough. However, if they provoked Wu Ming would not mind getting rid of the weeds. Just like Darius who wanted to capture Ma Yu. Other than that, Wu Ming was more fond of humans. Because Wu Ming was just adopted by humans, he was a human for a period of time. Therefore, he was more fond of humans. Especially those who were considered good by Wu Ming. If he had the ability, Wu Ming would definitely help. Rick was a good example. Wu Ming specially went to Rick's world and helped the humans to turn the situation around. If possible, Wu Ming still liked to stay with humans. Because the possibilities and emotions of humans made Wu Ming very happy. And Wu Ming wanted to kill Fergus. Well, regarding this point, Wu Ming only wanted to kill Fergus because he had flirted with Maeve before. But no matter what, he is still my subordinate. It is better to keep him alive. Just like that, the topic ended. Let's go. Maeve has already started. We can't fall behind. Saying that, the three of them walked towards the west wall of Chicago. Wu Ming started to move. On Maeve's side, there was a small problem. Hercules let out a confused roar as he swung his axe and sword at Fergus. Bang! The ground that was hit by Hercules cracked. As for Fergus, he naturally dodged this attack. Hey, why are you attacking me directly? You think too highly of me. Although Fergus was still running his mouth, his expression had become serious. Fergus was also holding the neon sword with both hands. Dilmond, be careful. This big guy is not to be trifled with. Finn held his spear and looked warily at Hercules, who had pulled out his axe and sword from the ground. Yes, my lord. Dilmo also raised his red and yellow spears and stood beside Finn. My brave warriors. Maeve didn't even walk out of the carriage. With just one sentence, Countless Wooming-faced soldiers rushed towards Hercules. However, even if they were strengthened by the Holy Grail, the small fries were still small fries. For a great hero like Hercules, they were basically useless. Hercules roared at the sky. Even if he didn't have magic to release this skill, the roar mixed with magic alone was enough to shock the nearby soldiers to death. Then, Hercules rushed into the crowd of soldiers and began a massacre. At this moment, Hercules could only be described with 4 words. Unparalleled mowing. Ha! Accompanied by a roar, a drill-like spiral sword attacked Hercules from behind. Clang! Hercules easily blocked Fergus' attack with his axe and sword and slapped Fergus away. With the mind's eye skill, Hercules naturally wouldn't be ambushed successfully. This is a little tricky. Fergus stabilized himself as he flew away and broke out in cold sweat. When Fergus was sent flying, Finn and Dilmund also rushed forward. With the 2 of them together and their flexibility as spearmen, they could slightly restrain Hercules. However, they still couldn't cause much damage to Hercules. Let's release the noble artifact again. With that, Fergus raised his magic sword. However, at this moment, a rather deranged voice was heard. Ahahaha, oppressor, oppressor. Chapter 530. In the west of Chicago, because Maeve was attracting attention in the east of Chicago, Wooming's side was relatively smooth. Achilles stopped his chariot, and the 3 immortal horses that pulled the chariot snorted. On the city wall, there was no one, all of them were Dragon Fang soldiers. Now, these Dragon Fang soldiers had all fallen to the ground and turned into ashes. Even my chariot can't stop them. Sure enough, the small fries are not interesting. There was no doubt that these were all done by Achilles, who had just stopped the chariot. Besides, Achilles also descended as a rider. Achilles' chariot was still too strong for these Dragon Fang soldiers, or rather, the Dragon Fang soldiers were too weak. What's more, these Dragon Fang soldiers were likely to be made by Demetrius, not the enhanced version of the Dragon Fang soldiers mass-produced by the Holy Grail. Immediately afterward, Wooming and Rama got off the chariot. The 2 finally experienced the thrill of racing an ancient chariot. At this time, an arrow emitting turquoise magic power shot over. Rama held the indestructible blade and deflected the arrow with A-level strength. The 3 of them looked at the roof of the house not far away, and Atalante was aiming her bow here. That is, big sister. Achilles' expression darkened. After all, when he was in the 14th Rider, he had a good relationship with Atalante, and Achilles didn't really want to attack Atalante. Oh, really, why are there so many people tonight? I don't have the energy to entertain you all. A voice that was more boring than Roman came. Hector, carrying his long javelin, appeared from the shadows of the city. Hector. This was Achilles' second surprise after Atalante. He didn't expect it to be someone related to him. In the famous Trojan War, Hector's defense was invincible, and the enemy was defeated. The Trojan side was not far from victory. After that, Achilles went to the battlefield to fight Hector one-on-one. Although Hector broke his immortality, Hector still lost. As a result, the Trojan side gradually lost. It could be said that if there was no Achilles, Hector would not die, and he would not fall into the Trojan horse trap, and the Trojan side would probably win. But there were no IFS, and now, the 2 old rivals of the Trojan War were reunited here. Artilda, isn't this Achilles? I didn't think that we would become enemies again. Sure enough, the Holy Grail is really a magical thing. Hector didn't think that he would be able to see Achilles, and he was also shocked. I'll deal with this guy, Achilles said to Wooming and Rama riding on his meteor chariot. Said chariot, but said chariot, 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 he said chariot, and said he said although said, of said. Although Hector did not think that Atalanta could defeat the remaining 2 servants, he did not think that she would be able to defeat them. In Hector's opinion, the remaining 2 servants were not weaker than Achilles. However, Archer Atalanta just nodded indifferently and did not say anything. After Hector left, Rama pointed the undying blade at Atalanta. "Then, let me deal with this archer," Romo said confidently. Wooming knew that after the mana crystal healed Rama, a huge amount of mana was still stored in Rama's body. Just like how Fergus had an excess of energy after being healed by the Holy Grail, Rama was the same now. Then, under Rama's eager expression, Atalanta put down the bow. "Sarande, Ison is preparing to escape." Then, 2 gasps of surprise came from Wooming and Romo. "Huh! Sigh." The southern city of the Missouri River Valley, Alexandria, camp of the Roman forces. Romulus looked at the Roman soldiers who were fighting against the incoming mechanical troops with a serious face and did not say anything. "Lord God." A blonde girl in a white wedding dress walked to Romulus' side. "It seems that the masters of Chaldea have joined forces with the native forces of the United States. Very good, in this way, Rome, will be protected." Romulus nodded and said excitedly. However, Nero did not understand what his god was talking about. "My sons, Caesar, Caligula, have left. Now, all of our servants, Rome, have left." Romulus said to the pure bride. "Who asked Rome to summon emperors this time? How mysterious would the emperors be? It was expected that they would leave. I will protect Rome until I die," the girl said to the god ancestor in a tone of farewell. "My son, if I, Rome, also leave, then destroy the Holy Grail." Romulus said. "But, God, isn't that the existence that is suppressing her? If we destroy the Holy Grail, won't she be released?" The girl said worriedly. "Compared to becoming the demon god pillar, I, Rome, think that we should choose to release her." As he said that, Romulus put his hand on the girl's head. "If Rome, is gone, there is no need to stop her. Moreover, she is also on our side, my son Nero." "Tilda, I understand, Lord God." Then, they realized that instead of attacking, the mechanical troops seemed to be trapping them here. "It seems that something we don't know has happened, my son." "My son, welcome them in." In the west of Chicago, the battle between Achilles and Hector caused a lot of magic to explode. It was as bright as the light in the night. However, Wooming and Romulus did not pay attention to that. "In short, that archer is actually on our side." Romulus looked at Atalanta, who left, and asked Wooming rather unhappily. He wanted to fight for a long time. In the end, he finally met an enemy that he thought he could fight, but it turned out to be a spy on his side. In short, it's a good thing to subdue the enemy without fighting. Wooming smiled and patted Romulus on the shoulder, indicating that he was more open-minded. "Of course, I understand that," Romulus said unhappily. "Then, next, we need to wait, right?" Wooming walked to the edge of the city wall and said jokingly, "We can also watch Achilles fight Hector to relieve our boredom." Wooming showed a mischievous smile. Romulus was speechless. Chapter 531. Ahahaha. Oppressor. Spartacus laughed wildly and used his seemingly ordinary iron sword to madly charge into the crowd of soldiers. At this moment, Maeve had already retreated to the back of the soldiers, or it should be said that the soldiers were constantly moving forward. Maeve, who hadn't moved, fell behind the soldiers. If one paid close attention, they would discover that Spartacus was advancing towards Maeve. If Wooming was here, it wouldn't be strange. After all, Spartacus liked to attack the so-called oppressors that he spoke of the most. In other words, it was normal for him to attack Maeve. "I can't let you pass, berserker." At this moment, a tall man with a spiral sword stood in front of Spartacus. It was Fergus, who had been sent flying by Hercules. Because Finn and Dilmund had gone to restrain Hercules, Fergus was the only one facing this mad dog. What? Why didn't Maeve make a move? If the Emperor had to make a move, then what was the use of a general? "Are you also an oppressor?" "Ahahaha, oppressor, give me more oppression." Spartacus laughed loudly, no longer caring about the other soldiers, and charged towards Fergus. Although it was very short, Fergus had been a king before, so it wasn't strange that he could attract Fergus' attention. Clank! The magic sword and the ordinary iron sword collided, producing an ear-piercing sound. It was hard to imagine that Spartacus's ordinary iron sword could not break after colliding with the magic sword. Ahahaha! Ahahaha! Spartacus was like a mad dog as he punched Fergus without any pattern. Fergus was a Celtic warrior, a member of the Red Branch Knights, and also wielded a magic sword. Naturally, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a fight against the leader of the rebels, Spartacus. If one only looked at his appearance, Spartacus was about to be killed by Fergus. However, Fergus discovered that even if Spartacus' body was seriously injured, this berserker was getting more spirited as he fought. No, it should be said that, the more injured he gets, the more spirited he gets. TSK, I hate this kind of guy with super high durability. Fergus was rather unhappy. Spartacus' body was already injured. His right arm was almost detached from his body, and there was a big hole in his abdomen and heart by the neon sword. There were many half-meter-long wounds on his body, and even half of his head was smashed in. The wounds on Spartacus' head and heart were the wounds. When Fergus saw that Spartacus was getting more spirited, he directly attacked these two places. However, Fergus didn't affect Spartacus. Fergus even noticed that Spartacus's wounds were healing, and Spartacus, mutated. Spartacus, whose body had begun to change, gradually blocked Fergus' attacks and began to counterattack. Berserker, can't be killed, Fergus's is, Fergus, 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 Fergus was. Fergus took a few steps back and was ready to use his noble relic to kill Berserker in one go. Ahahahahaha. Ahahahaha. Oppressor. Come. Give me even more pressure. However, Spartacus didn't give Fergus a chance. He was really like a mad dog, entangling with Fergus. In the face of a berserker like Spartacus, who had so many crazy skills, pure magic and physical attacks were basically useless against Spartacus. This was all thanks to Spartacus' noble phantasm and skills. The glory of being abused, B+ when the magician healed Spartacus, the amount of magic consumed was a quarter of the original amount. The more serious the attack, the more spirited Spartacus was until he brought out all his hidden strength. After a certain period of time, the injuries would be gradually healed. Unyielding will, no matter what kind of pain and despair he faced, he would not give in. An extremely strong will could obtain physical and mental endurance. Roar of the defective beast, crying warmonger. A part of the damage received from the enemy can be converted into magic and stored in the body. The efficiency of the conversion of magic will increase as Spartacus' physical strength decreases. The magic accumulated in the body can be used to enhance Spartacus' ability. It could be said that Spartacus was on the same level as Hercules in terms of tenacity. Of course, it was only in terms of tenacity. Currently, there were only two ways to deal with Spartacus. The first way was to wait for Spartacus' noble phantasm to activate and self-destruct. The second method was to use the instant kill ability of the demon eyes of death perception to directly ignore everything and kill Spartacus. Of course, if one had the ability to directly destroy Spartacus' body, it could be said that he was killed instantly. Currently, Spartacus had not accumulated enough magic to self-destruct. However, Fergus had a noble phantasm that was enough to destroy 3 mountains. However, Fergus did not know about this. Moreover, his noble phantasm might not be able to kill Spartacus instantly. Fergus wanted to release his noble phantasm, but at the moment, Fergus was trapped by Spartacus, who was changing rapidly. In terms of attributes, other than Spartacus' durability being higher than Fergus, the rest of Spartacus' ability points were either the same or lower than Fergus. Coincidentally, Spartacus' agility was 2 levels lower than Fergus. Fergus also discovered this in the following battle with Spartacus. Therefore, after a few rounds of fighting with Spartacus, he used his skills to trip Spartacus and get behind him. Then, he took the opportunity to distance himself from Spartacus. Oppressor! Spartacus got up from the ground and shook his head. He then found Fergus, who was not far behind him. Then, Spartacus excitedly raised his iron sword and rushed towards Fergus. Spiral, get ready. Fergus calmly raised his neon sword as he looked at Spartacus, who was running towards him. Fergus shook his head helplessly as he looked at Spartacus, who was 5 meters tall and had accumulated mana due to his injuries. It's my misfortune to be able to meet you. Indeed, as an enemy, Spartacus was an incomparable headache because he couldn't be killed by ordinary means. Well, even as an ally, he was a headache. All in all, Fergus had had enough. He wanted to end this berserker completely. Fergus focused all his mana into the neon sword and even began to overdraw his spiritual base. After all, Fergus' mana was E. Fergus was afraid that he could not kill this thing. Taste the real neon sword. Just like Ibaraki Duji's noble phantasm, the neon sword emitted its last colorful light. Even Hercules, Finn, and Dilmund stopped fighting. Maeve, who was at the back of the army, did the same. The 4 of them turned their attention to Fergus and Spartacus. Arth. Oppressor, oh. The light covered the ground. Chapter 532. Boom. The sound of a nuclear explosion came from the east of Chicago, and the storm raged. Wu-Ming and Rama both stabilized their bodies and squinted at the scene filled with sand and dust. After Atalanta left, Wu-Ming and Rama did not really go to watch the classic duel between Achilles and Hector. Instead, they ran along the edge of Chicago toward the Celtic army in the east of the city. In the end, before they could even reach the Celtic army, a violent explosion occurred. The power of the explosion was so great that it even completely destroyed the east wall of Chicago, giving people the feeling that there were no walls in the east of Chicago. Of course, whether it was Denver, Alexandria, or Chicago, there were no such things like ancient walls. All of them were built by various forces during this period of time. Wu-Ming and Rama looked at each other, and the two quickly ran forward. Because of the strong hurricane caused by the big explosion, there was basically no sand and dust around, so the scene could be said to be clear to Wu-Ming and Rama at a glance. In front of the two of them was a huge crater of nearly 100 square kilometers, but because it was too big, they could only estimate, but it was definitely more than 50 square kilometers. The depth of the crater was needless to say. The distance between the deepest part of the crater and the ground was about 50 meters, and maybe it was even deeper. Wu-Ming thought that if such a crater fell on Earth, humans would probably end up like the dinosaurs. The ground on the edge of the crater was unusually smooth, and there were no impurities. It was completely the product of the downward compression of the soil by the explosion. In the center of the crater, there was a lake full of water, and the lake water was still rising. East of Chicago was Lake Michigan. At this moment, such a big explosion directly connected this huge crater to Lake Michigan. There were no traces of soldiers or servants on the scene, and Wu-Ming's perception was temporarily disabled. There was no doubt that the army brought by Maeve was directly blown into ashes by the explosion. As for the servants who were fighting here, they were probably in danger. Wu-Ming frowned. He was a little worried about Maeve. Even if the servants were killed, they would just retreat to the Martyr's Palace. However, Wu-Ming was still worried. Because the air here was full of chaotic magic, Wu-Ming's perception was also disturbed by these chaotic magic. It was not that he could not perceive anything, but the difficulty of perception was greatly increased. This terrible explosion, which powerful servant's noble phantasm is it? Rama said with lingering fear. Even he did not have the confidence to say that he could survive the explosion that covered an area of nearly 100 square kilometers. After all, a servant was much stronger than an ordinary person, but without a defensive noble phantasm or skills, they would also directly leave. If he did not have the golden armor, he would have to use of his noble phantasm. He would have to use his noble phantasm to survive. Of course, if Rama released his noble phantasm, he would be able to survive. Even if he did not die, he would die. He would be dead at least, he would be dead. All in all, if that was really the case, Rama would definitely not feel good. After Rama finished speaking, Wu-Ming sighed. I'm afraid that except for Maeve, all the servants present have left. After all, this explosion was in the Celtic army. Not to mention that the army was completely wiped out, Wu Ming still could not find any servants. As for why Wu Ming knew that Maeve was fine, it was because Wu Ming was worried about her. Wu Ming's master was Maeve, so naturally, there was a contractual connection between them. Wu Ming naturally knew whether Maeve had left or not. Previously, by relying on this connection, Wu Ming knew that Maeve had come to Chicago. Suddenly, Rama said, "What is that?" Rama pointed to the lake below the giant pit that was still rising. Wu Ming followed Rama's gaze. In the middle of the lake, a large rock that was emitting red light floated up. However, Wu Ming always felt that the stone with red light was so familiar. Oh my God, that was not a stone with red light. It was clearly Hercules who was activating the 12 trials, God Hand. It was said that Spartacus was difficult to deal with, but compared to Hercules, it was simply insignificant. Hercules's 12 trials, God Hand, could be said to be a real resurrection. Even if his head was chopped off, or his whole body was crushed, as long as the noble phantasm was activated, Hercules's whole body would be like steel that was just out of the furnace, emitting red light and began to reconstruct his body. Not to mention, it would also increase the resistance of the cause of death. Hercules was the real difficult to deal with. Wu Ming fought for a whole day to retrieve Hercules's Berserker class card. In Winterwood City, the new 7 Knights and the Dark King Arthur had to work together to kill Hercules. From this, one could see how tenacious Hercules was. Fortunately, Hercules was a berserker. Otherwise, if Hercules knew how to use his brain, it would be a disaster. In an instant, Wu Ming flew up and rushed to Hercules, who was still recovering his body. Rama did not stop Wu Ming. In Rama's opinion, facing an enemy, one should be ruthless, not to mention that this was a servant from Greece. However, this would disappoint Rama. Wu Ming would not waste his effort to kill Hercules. Not to mention how difficult it was to kill him, moreover, now was not the time to waste on him. The reason why Wu Ming rushed to Hercules was to trap him. Wu Ming arrived above Hercules. Along with the crisp sound of chains, several pseudo-times heavenly locks were taken out by Wu Ming and tied to Hercules. Heavenly locks targeted servants with divinity, and Hercules's divinity was as high as a class. However, Wu Ming was very clear about one thing. Even if heavenly locks could only trap Hercules for a short time, heavenly locks were only able to suppress Hercules. The stronger the divinity, the tighter the heavenly locks would be. However, Hercules's strength was as high as A+. In Wu Ming's opinion, Hercules was fully capable of breaking the heavenly locks. In that case, let alone these pseudo-times heavenly locks. However, Wu Ming was only holding on to the idea of stalling for time. Subsequently, Wu Ming took out a lot of pseudo-times heavenly locks that were stored in his noble phantasm. He only left one pseudo-times heavenly lock and tied the rest to Hercules. In this case, it would take a long time to use only his strength. Wu Ming looked at the chain mummy in front of him and nodded as if he was very satisfied with his work of art. Subsequently, Wu Ming buried Hercules in the huge pit, which could be said to be the bottom of the lake. After that, Wu Ming and Rama looked for Maeve. Well, first of all, they had to ignore Rama's gaze. Chapter 533. Wu Ming searched along the edge of the crater and soon found Maeve. After all, Wu Ming could feel from the contract that Maeve was not hurt at all. That meant that she was not in the range of the explosion just now. At the very least, she was not hurt. Naturally, she was outside the crater. With Wu Ming and Rama's acceleration, it was easy for them to go from the edge of the crater to the other side. It only took them a few minutes. At that moment, the celestial ball that was pulling Maeve's carriage had fallen to the ground. It seemed that it was affected by the explosion. The carriage that was originally gorgeous and dignified had become a little tattered. However, at least it did not seem to be damaged internally. Rama came to the front of the celestial ball and squatted down to check on the 2 celestial balls. Wu Ming was slightly stunned when he saw that. Then, he recalled something. It seemed like Rama was quite a caring big boy. At that moment, Maeve suddenly flew out of the carriage. That's right. She flew out and landed in Wu Ming's arms. Wu Ming wondered how Maeve could fly into Wu Ming's arms in a straight line. Wouldn't you fall because of gravity? Newton was about to cry. In short, Wu Ming hugged Maeve, who was flying toward him. Little sigh, you're finally here. You almost couldn't see me. Maeve looked at Wu Ming pitifully. Of course, if Maeve changed her smile into a cry, the effect would be better. This must be your wife, Celander. I'm really envious. Romo stood up and looked at the couple who were hugging each other lovingly. He was filled with emotion. Rama was naturally envious of the couple who could be together. It was unlike him and Saido, who could not see each other because of the curse. However, Wu Ming was very helpless. How could you tell that this was a loving hug? It was obviously my Fu who suddenly flew out, and I subconsciously hugged her, okay? However, since he had accepted Maeve, a hug was nothing. Cough cough speaking of which, Maeve, what's going on here? Wu Ming asked. On the other hand, Rama was all ears. After all, such a huge explosion was very attractive. This is what happened. Maeve began to tell the story. After Fergus broke the city gate, Hector left while Hercules appeared. Finn and Dilmaud held Hercules back. However, Spartacus appeared and Fergus and Spartacus went against each other. Maeve, of course, was to watch the battle. Following that, there was no progress in the battle between Hercules, Finn, and Dilmo. It was just a back-and-forth exchange of blows. Although Finn and Dilmo couldn't defeat Hercules in a one-on-one fight, the two of them were able to fight Hercules to a draw for the time being. As for the battle between Fergus and Spartacus, it was a one-sided battle. Wu Ming felt that something was wrong. He knew the effect of Spartacus' noble phantasm. Soon after, Fergus saw that Spartacus was getting more and more spirited as he fought. Spartacus had transformed into a 5-meter-tall monster. Moreover, he was still transforming into a monster. Fergus decided to activate his relic immediately. Then, Spartacus exploded. Wu Ming shook his head bitterly. As expected, nothing good ever came out of this guy's capture. Rama tilted his head awkwardly. It was his fault. However, the young Rama king would never admit his mistake. Cough cough as Maeve was the furthest away and had the protection of the ox cart, she was not hurt. However, the two divine bulls were in trouble. These two divine bulls were not Achilles' immortal horses. Now, all their bones were broken and they were about to leave the stage. Fortunately, it was a noble phantasm, so they did not have to worry too much about it. After Wu Ming and Rama arrived, Maeve removed the noble phantasm. The divine bulls and the ox cart turned into mana particles and disappeared. Is Berserker's noble phantasm that powerful? Rama asked. It was normal for a powerful heroic spirit to have a powerful noble phantasm. However, Spartacus was just a rebellious gladiator. To put it bluntly, he was just a rebellious slave. Moreover, he was a slave who did not succeed in his rebellion and was quickly executed. No matter how one looked at it, such a person should not have such a powerful noble phantasm. He might be an exception. However, I've seen his noble phantasm before. Even if it exploded, it wouldn't be this powerful. Wu Ming put Maeve down from his arms, ignoring her dissatisfied expression. Then, Wu Ming looked at the lake behind him that was about to be filled. However, with Master's 3 command incantations and Fergus' noble artifact charging Spartacus, it's not hard to imagine how much damage it could cause. Although almost 100 square kilometers was huge, if Kana and Wu Ming were to fight, thousands of square kilometers of land could be affected. That was also the reason why Wu Ming had asked Kana and Ju to fight in the northwest part of the Cordillera Mountains. There were fewer people there and it was far away from the battlefield. Otherwise, they would be affected by the battle. Command spells. Noble phantasm charging. Rama and Maeve repeated Wu Ming's words. That's right. Wu Ming nodded his head. Spartacus' noble phantasm, crashing warmonger, is a permanent noble phantasm. It can convert the damage it receives into mana and store it in its body. It can increase its ability value and change its body. Finally, when the mana is full, it will self-destruct and launch a destructive impact. After explaining, Wu Ming paused and thought for a while. I think Demetrius must have used the command incantation to give the command to unleash the greatest power of the noble phantasm 3 times. It strengthened Spartacus' noble phantasm. In addition to Fergus' continuous attacks and the overcharging of Spartacus' noble phantasm, it caused Spartacus to reach the critical point and self-destruct before it could transform into a monster. Rama and Maeve thought for a while and realized that this was the most suitable explanation for the current situation. However, I think Fergus' noble phantasm had a huge impact on the situation here. Maeve smiled. What do you mean? Wu Ming asked. Maeve then told Wu Ming about the neon sword that seemed to have been infused with all its power. Does that mean it's the same as Ibaraki Duji? Wu Ming touched his chin. It seems like they've all left the battlefield. Needless to say, Fergus was the closest to Spartacus and was designated to leave the battlefield. As for Finn, Dilmund, and even Hercules, they had spent a lot of time repairing their bodies. It was likely that the 2 of them had also been forced out of the battlefield during the explosion. Don't we need to care about Hercules? Rama asked. He knew that Wu Ming did not kill Hercules. He only tied Hercules up and buried him. Don't worry about that guy for now. He's no different from leaving the battlefield. Wu Ming waved his hand. After all, it was not easy for Hercules to break free from the pseudo-skylock that was almost the same as the real skylock. Just when Wu Ming was about to check on Achilles, a dark purple ripple suddenly appeared. Chapter 534. The portal has been activated. Wu Ming was shocked. That's right, this was Wu Ming's portal. There's no time to explain. Come in quickly, Wu Ming said as he rushed into the portal. That's right, he rushed in. It was obvious how anxious Wu Ming was. Romo seemed to have thought of something and quickly rushed in as well. Maeve looked at the 2 of them rushing in. She blinked her eyes and walked in gracefully. Then, the portal closed. After passing through the portal and arriving on the other side, Maeve found herself in the belly of a ship. Then, a rather strange scene appeared before Maeve's eyes. Wu Ming was holding the Holy Grail in one hand and a spear in the other. He placed the spear on the neck of a yellow-haired guy whose face was pale with fright. Next to the yellow-haired guy was a girl with pinkish-purple hair. She was holding a magic wand with a nervous expression. The beast-eared girl with green hair was aiming an arrow at the girl's head. If the girl with the magic wand made any strange movements, Maeve believed that the beast-eared girl's arrow would definitely pierce through her head. Behind Wu Ming was Romo. However, at this moment, Romo was holding a girl who looked almost exactly like him. Rama's face was filled with nervousness as he kept calling out names like Sido, Sido. However, from the looks of it, Romo seemed to be unable to see the girl at all. He was like a blind person who could only rely on touch. However, from the looks of it, there seemed to be a problem with Romo's perception. Although on the surface, Romo could accurately touch Sido, at this moment, Romo gave off the feeling that he was touching air. As for the girl who seemed to be called Sido, she was already unconscious. This made my Fu daydream. If that girl was me, would Xiao Sai be as anxious as she is? This was a girl's heart. However, Wu Ming was not paying attention to Maeve at the moment and did not know what she was thinking. Wu Ming was only paying attention to the yellow-haired guy. In any case, you're someone who entered the martyr's palace. Can't you have a little backbone? With that, Wu Ming rubbed the tip of his spear on Isen's neck. However, Wu Ming's result was Isen's howl. Squeak squeak. Isen's face turned pale and his hands were still trembling. Don't kill me, Isen said in a trembling voice. Looking at Isen in such a state, Midia, or Lily looked at Isen with worry and disappointment. Sir Isen, after seeing such a traitorous witch, Wu Ming finally understood why Midia, who was abandoned by Isen, would choose to follow him again. Because Midia was in the form of a girl's dream of a girl. Wu Ming shook his head. A guy like that was not worth his time. However, Ming still did not lower the tip of his spear from Isen's neck. Then, Ming turned to look at Rama. Rama, can't you sense Saido? Ming frowned. Although he had learned about the so-called curse from Rama, he did not expect the curse to be so powerful. Now, not to mention not being able to see, even the contact between the two of them, and even their own perception, had become erroneous. This curse of never being together was not just for show. He did not know how a female monkey could place such a curse on Rama and Saido. That's right. Even if Saido and I were to hug each other, we would not be able to see or sense each other. Rama no longer referred to himself as you. At this moment, Rama was like a person who was chasing after hope. In the end, he realized that the hope was despair. Once Saido and I get too close, one of our powers and presence will gradually fade until they leave. Tears rolled down Rama's cheeks. As for which party would disappear, there was no doubt that it would be the weaker party. Ming recalled the scene when he came back through the portal released by Atalanta. At that time, Saido was not restrained by any chains. However, there was no guarantee that Midia's magic did not restrict her. However, even so, Saido could not stand up at that time as if she was severely injured. At that time, Ming sensed that Saido's magic power was insufficient, or rather, it was severely lacking. At this moment, looking at the many injuries on Saido's body, as well as the faintly discernible signs of his spirit base disappearing, how could Ming not know what was going on? From being imprisoned on Alcatraz Island to this Argo, until now, Saido had been in a state of abuse. We did not do anything to Miss Saido. Please believe us. Lord Ison only wanted to use Miss Saido as a hostage, Midia said weakly. If that was the case, the injuries on Saido's body were caused before he was captured on Argo. It was not unreasonable. It was common for the Celts to beat people half to death when they captured them, and they did not have the habit of healing their captives. In other words, Beowulf did not know how to heal at all, and he did not realize that he should heal Saido. In short, that guy was dead. Let's not care about him. Then, Ming felt that something was wrong. Midia was the disciple of the goddess of magic, Hecate. She had many healing methods, so why didn't she heal Saido? However, Midia seemed to have seen through Ming's question and answered it in advance. Miss Saido has always refused me to heal her, and she said something like even if I die, I don't want to be a burden to Lord Rama. As if recalling the scene when Saido said those words, Midia was a little depressed. She also wanted to sacrifice herself for the people she loved like Saido did, but Ison, while Midia was distracted, Ming frowned in distress. However, he began to laugh bitterly in his heart. So, if the other party did not want to heal, wouldn't you forcefully heal her? How gentle are you? However, if I didn't see wrongly, Ison wanted to use Saido and the Holy Grail to summon the demon god pillar. Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Ison, who was so frightened that he could not speak. When Ming said those words, Rama instantly raised his head with anger in his eyes. Rama was slower than Ming by a bit. When he arrived, Ming had already seized the Holy Grail and restrained Ison and Midia with Atalanta. It was also Rama's arrival that caused the extremely weak Saido to fall into a coma. Following Ming's instructions, Rama stumbled and found Saido through Saido's position that was left in his eyes. However, it did not work. Rama could not see Saido at all, nor could he touch Saido. However, he did not give up and kept calling out Saido's name. How could a man who loved his wife not be enraged when he found out that his wife had almost been used as a sacrifice? Bang! You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,